Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the special meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council for the 20th of December 2023, the last meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council for 2023. We'll never be here again. This meeting is open to the public and also will be live streamed. I'd like to thank all of those of you in the room today and acknowledge everyone watching via Council social media channels. I acknowledge the Mayor, Portfolio Leader Councillor Carl, Councillors, Chief Executive Officer and General Manager of Planning and Development Group and all the other officers in the room. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guybil and Jarowair peoples, and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. Item number 2 is attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absences, declarations of conflict of interest. So we have no apologies, we're a full house, we have no leave of absences, there's no... Oh, Councillor Carl?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to apply for leave of absence for January, the council meeting, general meeting on the 16th of January, is it?
Yep, 16th, I think, yeah.
Yes, 16th of January, please.
Okay. Can I have someone move a leave of absence for Councillor Carl for the ordinary meeting on the 16th of January 2024? The Mayor, Councillor Shine, all those in favour? Very good. I have no declarations of prescribed conflict of interest nor of declarations of declarable conflict of interest. If you realise that you might have one sometime during the meeting, give us a yell. Okay, item number 3 is the suspension of standing orders. Can I have someone move that we suspend standing orders? Councillor Bonhoff, Councillor Carol Taylor, all those in favour? It's carried. Item number 4 is the officers' report, which is the RAL 2022-6360 reconfiguration a lot, reconfigure 2 into 171 lots, 170 residential lots, 1 drainage reserve lot existing and new roads located at 1 to 11 Tallerwood Boulevard, Cotswold Hills. Casey McKillop, our principal planner, is going to take us through it. Thank you, Casey.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, councillors, fellow staff and guests here today. I present a development application for reconfiguring a lot being for a 2 into 171 lot subdivision located at 1 to 11 Tallerwood Boulevard, Cotswold Hills, which is before you for your determination today. If you could please bring up attachment 4 figure 2, you've already got it. The subject site is identified within the emerging community zone under the Toowoomba Regional Planning Scheme and has an area of 21.6 hectares, which is currently vacant. The land directly to the north and west of the subject land comprises stages 1 to 4 of Essence Estate, approved under court order. Approved stages 1 to 4 comprise 191 residential lots as well as a local park, drainage reserve, and which have now both been transferred to council. If you could please bring up attachment 4 figure 5. The court order included an approved conceptual master plan outlining the intended future development of the balance of the site. The subject land was identified within the approved master plan as the southern and eastern residential precincts. If you could please bring up attachment 5. The proposed development seeks to reconfigure the site, resulting in 170 residential lots, ranging in size from 450 square metres to 2,334 square metres, being stages 5 to 10 of Essence Estate. 19 duplex lots have been identified, with 17 larger lots in excess of 1,000 square metres proposed along the southern boundary, providing a transition between the existing adjoining rural residential lots and the development site. It is noted that the existing approved lots within stages 1 to 4 of Essence Estate range in size from 400 square metres to 744 square metres, and the proposed lots are consistent with the established and approved development in the area. Over 2,500 metres of new road is proposed with additional connection points to the existing road network, including Opal Court, Ryans Drive and Wrightwood Way, as well as a new roundabout at the western end of Ryans Drive. Stage 8 also includes a road connection over the existing drainage corridor, connecting the existing stages to the proposed eastern residential precinct. This connection, along with the connection to Opal Court, is required as part of the Gowrie Junction Road Infrastructure Agreement, and ensures the development is well connected, integrates into the existing road network, and can be accessed in any emergency event or where works or other delays occur within the area. The application was supported by technical documents including a traffic impact assessment, civil engineering report, stormwater management plan, conceptual earthworks plans, and a tree health arborist assessment. These reports demonstrated that compliance with the relevant assessment benchmarks was able to be achieved or can be achieved through conditions. Please bring up attachment 4, figure 3. The development is impact accessible under the planning scheme. However, the site is identified within the low density residential precinct under the temporary local planning instrument 2022/01 known as the TLPI. The TLPI categorises development as code accessible where the minimum lot size of 500 square metres is achieved. The development proposes 47 450 square metre lots, therefore the development is impact accessible. Public notification was undertaken in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act from the 27th of July until the 17th of August 2023. 15 properly made submissions, including 1 petition and 1 not properly made submission, were received, all opposing the development. All relevant planning matters raised in all submissions were considered during the assessment and have been appropriately addressed to ensure compliance with the planning scheme requirements. Submitters particularly raised concern in relation to traffic impacts. As detailed within the report, the existing local roads are sufficient to cater for increases in traffic. The Eastern Precinct, which includes stages 8 to 10, will be connected to Ryan's Drive via Nugent Pinch Road to Toowoomba Connection Road. Ryan's Drive is classified as a local access road designed to cater for up to 175 lots. Approximately 77 lots currently utilise Ryan's Drive, with an additional 86 lots from the development still being within capacity of this road. A north-south connection via Opal Court was previously anticipated and shown on the approved master plan and required under the Gowrie Junction Road Infrastructure Agreement. The local road network through to Gowrie Junction Road is sufficient to cater for additional traffic volumes. The roads are classified as local access roads, able to cater for up to 175 lots. Even if all traffic from stages 5 to 7 were to utilise Opal Court connection, the roads would still be within capacity. Given the road and lot layout pattern, it is likely that only half of the proposed lots will use Opal Court, with the remainder choosing Gowrie Junction Road via Tallerwood Boulevard being the more direct route. The proposed traffic distribution and the existing road network does not require a secondary access to Gowrie Junction Road. An additional connection suggested by submitters through lots 20 and 21 would not result in a compliant intersection. Sub-arterial road connections should generally achieve a spacing of at least 500 metres and via a staggered T configuration. This secondary location would place an intersection on the same side of the road and within 300 metres of the existing Tallerwood Boulevard intersection, and less than 150 metres from the existing intersection with Unnamed Road and Morris Court to the south. Regarding emergency access, a secondary connection to Gowrie Junction Road would not achieve this. Any emergency on this road would mean the development has no alternate exit. The connections to Opal Court and Ryan's Drive provide these alternate routes. As such, the proposed road network provides for convenient and safe movement between local streets and higher order roads in accordance with the planning scheme, court order and infrastructure agreement requirements. Submitters also requested the inclusion of a vegetated buffer between the development and the adjoining rural residential land. As detailed in the report, the development does not seek to introduce any conflicting land uses which are incompatible with existing residential uses. There is no requirement for buffering between the proposed residential lots and the adjoining rural residential uses. Despite this, the development allows for a transition between the estate and the existing rural residential land through the inclusion of larger 1,000 square metre lots located along the southern boundary. The site does not contain any regulated vegetation and approval is not required for clearing. Further, the existing trees located along the southern boundary of the southern residential precinct are not mapped within the environmental significance overlay area under the planning scheme. The rear boundaries of lots 22 to 34 are proposed with a grass-lined table drain to capture overland flow from the existing rural residential lots to be directed into Council's underground stormwater infrastructure. In summary, The development seeks to facilitate the creation of residential lots for urban development in and around existing settlements and identified future growth areas, and represents the efficient use of established infrastructure and services. The proposed subdivision layout integrates into the local landscape, character, and natural environment, and provides for connected pedestrian, public transport, and infrastructure networks. The development includes all infrastructure required in accordance with the Gowrie Junction Road Infrastructure Agreement and Court Order. The development also integrates into the existing residential stages approved within the estate and provides for the logical expansion. The development therefore assists in providing residential allotments to cater for significant growth in the region in a location which is envisioned by the planning scheme and is recommended for approval subject to the conditions. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Well done, thank you, Casey. Questions for the officer? Councillor McMahon.
Was expecting a few there for me. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Casey. I do have a few rather significant issues to talk through with you, and I'd appreciate your expertise. Can we talk about the zoning? So it was emerging communities, then we put a TLPI out, which means it's low to medium density, so it's assessed against that, as it should be.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, councillor. So it's in the emerging community zone. The TLPI basically applies, and it's in the low density residential precinct under the TLPI, which prescribes minimum lot sizes. So because this development has 450 square metre lots instead of the 500 square metre lots, it doesn't get to be code accessible like it would be. It remains impact accessible, and it's assessed against the entire planning scheme.
Okay, so therein lies my issue. 450 squares is one thing, 500 is completely different. And you're saying the only change if you don't adhere to the block sizes, it becomes impact accessible. So are there any other ramifications that, like, why do we have a block size if you don't have to follow it, I suppose is my question.
Through the chair, councillor. So the block sizes nominated in the planning scheme are acceptable outcomes. So when we look at the performance outcome, it looks at making sure that the proposed development is sufficient and it can be adequately located on a lot. So in this instance, we're primarily looking at dwelling houses. So we ensure that the lot size is able to cater for a dwelling house and ancillary outbuildings and structures while still complying with the design and setback requirements. And in this case, the development has demonstrated that that can occur on the 450 square metre lots. They did also provide us with copies of example built form on those smaller land parcels and demonstrated that they could provide built form in accordance with those requirements.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that. But I think, and you'll have to forgive me, I can't find where I read it in the report, but when you get smaller blocks, the frontages go down to what we'd like them, to smaller frontages. The width, everything goes down. Now, we've had a few over the years where it's 10 centimetres or something, and this is significantly different. So I'm just wondering how the block size is one thing, but the widths and lengths and the entrances is a completely another issue that comes because of that. So how does that still pass under the TLPI when it has that flow-on effect? I'm not on top of that.
So looking at the requirements for the emerging community zone, the lot sizes are reflective of management lots, not necessarily residential land parcels. So we refer back to the low density residential zone, which prescribes, I think, 500 square metres and 15 metre frontage, but that's an acceptable outcome. So where they can demonstrate that the lot sizes, configurations, dimensions, widths and frontages are able to sufficiently cater for a dwelling house, we look at that. And in this case, they've demonstrated that they can do that.
Look, it's never black and white in planning, I know, but I struggle with that one still, but I'll ask further questions, and I thank you for your answer. Can I take us to page 196 of board books, and this is in the court approval, please. Towards the end of the court approval, and thanks very much for putting that up, Kirsten. It shows very clearly there, the court order says that there has to be a buffer of trees along the eastern side, and I can see it there in plain view, and it's in the court order that we have to follow, but then there is no buffer of trees in this plan. So I'm wondering, and it says, hang on, it takes a few minutes to scroll, that the development, this is back in part 2 of the court order, must comply with the planning scheme, the codes, extent. So that's what they said they're going to do. That's what we have to apply by, and then it's not there. So I suppose I'm unclear on how, if that's what you need to apply by, and it's not there. And further, if we look at figure 5, that's page 79 of board books, and the blocks go right up to the road there that is going to be formed after Ryan's Road. And I know you said it's the same land use, so they don't need the buffer, but the very question is, the plan says there's going to be a buffer, and now there's not.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, councillor. So the approved master plan is conceptual, so they didn't apply and no preliminary approval was given. So in this instance, they're showing what would be the future development as a conceptual form, which is subject to future application. So there's no condition as part of that court order which requires them to provide or maintain a vegetation buffer along that southern precinct. The court order deals with stages 1 to 4, and the conceptual master plan shows what the development will look like in a conceptual manner. But there's no requirement for a vegetation buffer under the court order.
1 to 4 is court order, 5 to 9 is conceptual, basically, stages.
The master plan is conceptual, so it's not a preliminary approval where they have to comply with the master plan. It was just provided to show, I guess, the whole development and the whole estate, but the court order does not provide any conditions that require a vegetation buffer to be provided or to be maintained.
Thanks. That's a interesting pill to swallow. You don't have to follow a court order. Anyway, I have several more, Chair. I might let someone else. Thank you.
I'll come back to you, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Taylor? Carol
Thank
Taylor?
you, Madam Chair. I too have a few comments and questions. And being one of the people that was sitting around this table when this decision was made to refuse this application, the buffer zone was one of the things that we asked for. And the buffer zone was planted, and the buffer zone ended up, the trees got to 8 or whatever it was, but with the wet conditions they became mature trees. And my question is, why would we not value that, and why would we not put something back in there like that? Instead, at least half of them have been bulldozed, and the wildlife that was contained thereof has been without a home, and it's caused a lot of distress to the people there. And I don't want to be part of a council that doesn't value their environmental amenity. And it was there, and now it's gone. So that's one thing. I wonder what our role is in this whole situation when we sit here and at the end of the day we don't have any power, and that really frustrates me, and I'm sure it frustrates our community. My other question, if you look at Opal Court there, I live in a court in Middle Ridge. Opal Court has 4 houses on it. It's a court. How can it possibly be, when people have established, invested their money, living in a court in a rural residential area, and then suddenly it becomes what's almost a collector road? I don't understand that, and I really have an issue with that. I have a big issue with that.
Hang on, we
what
might
we're
get
doing,
a
so
response
how,
from
number
the officer,
one,
Councillor
Madam
Taylor.
Chair, through
That's
you,
2 questions so far. So you want to know about
I
the
want to know
trees
why we're not
and
valuing a
the-
buffer, and why it was allowed to be cut down, because that's what we asked for in the
Give
first
the
place.
officer a chance to
And number
respond.
2, how could my court, Jonquil Court, how could it just suddenly become a collector road? I don't understand how that can happen. Those 2 things first. Thank you.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. I'll answer the first one and I might defer the second one to Adam. So the subject site, particularly in that southern area where those trees are, is not mapped in our environmental significant overlay under the planning scheme. It's also not mapped regulated vegetation. So we do not have a head of power to require them to maintain that existing vegetation.
Adam, did you want to make a response about the traffic consideration on Opal Court?
Through the chair. So Opal Court was foreshadowed in the infrastructure agreement for a connection through, and I think it was even specifically stated.
That in the court order, because it wasn't in the original application. It was refused by this council.
Just let me consult this for a moment. That's in there.
For your information, I don't think there's anyone here who was here at that time, except Councillor Bill and I. And at the end of the day, when that decision was made, we wanted to protect the people in the rural residential area from having a whole lot of traffic go through their quiet amenity streets.
Yeah, so I've got here in front of me both the master plan and then the infrastructure agreement, which was entered into at the time the court order was issued. So in the, all right, sorry, I'll try and get this.
Could I just ask
microphone.
that people in the gallery don't call out or interject? Thank you. Sir?
So I've got here in front, just to repeat what I was just saying, I've got here in front of me the master plan, which was at the time of the court order, and then the infrastructure agreement, which council entered into in conjunction with the court order. So in the infrastructure agreement, there's 2 road connections allowed for. Now, this was provided in the material to the councillors. So on page, is it attachment 7 in the material, page 19, provision of a road connection to Opal Court, which is generally in accordance with the master plan, constructed by the proponent to the specifications and standard reasonably determined by council in accordance with council's application, policies at the relevant time, dedicated as a road at no cost to council, maintained by the proponent for a period of 12 months from date the council accepted on maintenance. So, in essence, the IA foreshadowed it in conjunction with the court order in their previous applications.
Thank you, Adam, through the chair, but it also had a buffer area there which was only a master plan, which we've just been told was only conceptual.
Now, just conferred with Casey, so it wasn't contained in the IA, the buffer area, but it was contained in the master plan.
So can I just say, what we're putting through that court, we have how many blocks? We had 173 submissions. We've got 154, 77 lots, and we've got 19 in that duplexes, which you can double that, and each house has got, what is it, two cars? So you can imagine how much traffic is going to go through what is a quiet rural residential area to live. And it's quite a prestigious area, to be quite honest with you. It's one of the really beautiful areas in Toowoomba, and certainly that was in another shire. So at the end of the day, you know, I have a lot of sympathy towards the people that live there, because it seems to me that I'm sitting around this table thinking that I'm making a decision. We're not making a decision at all, really. We're just rubber stamping. That's my thought. Thank you. I'll let somebody else take some questions and I'll ask some more. Thank you.
Further questions for the officers? Councillor Carl?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I've heard correctly, through you, Chair, to the officer. So the planning scheme, when these areas are set out, am I to understand that along the lines of Councillor Tim's questioning, rather than a performance outcome, it's an acceptable outcome, so that, in meaning that there's not as much weight with an acceptable outcome as there is a performance outcome. So in other words, we don't have to stack up to the lot sizes. We don't have to. We can explain that that's can be mitigated. Is that correct? Because if that's a general rule, then maybe we need to look at our new planning scheme and make sure that what we say in the planning scheme is a performance outcome and not an acceptable outcome. Am I interpreting that right?
Through the chair. So yes, it is an acceptable outcome, and the scheme is a performance-based planning scheme. So at first we'll look at the acceptable outcome, and where they do not comply, we'll move to the performance outcome. We still seek that they achieve primarily with the acceptable outcome. However, we move to the performance outcome which deals more with making sure that the proposed development is of a sufficient size, lot and width to cater for the intended development. And in this case, they have demonstrated that.
So generally speaking, we set out an area for a particular type of land use with particular directives around that, and they're all acceptable outcomes. They can be interpreted many different ways.
Through the chair, in not all instances, but looking at the emerging community zone code, that's the way it is. It's an acceptable outcome, and then we move to the performance outcome. So in this case, yes.
Okay. So next question, see if I've interpreted this right, is because it wasn't a variation to the planning scheme, it was a conceptual master plan, that's correct. And I guess the second part about the court order definitely only applies to stages 1 to 4.
Through the chair, that's correct. So the court approved a conceptual master plan which showed the intended development of the wider area, which helped inform the infrastructure agreement. However, the court order relates only to stages 1 to 4 of the estate, and there's no conditions in there relating to the development of the southern or eastern residential precincts, which is where that vegetation buffer is located.
Yeah, there seems to be lots of dialogue about the court order if it only relates to stages 1 to 4. Thanks, Chair. That's my questions.
Thank you. Casey, in stages 1 to 4, what are the minimum lot sizes there, and does that have any relevance to this?
Thanks for the question. So stages 1 to 4 were assessed against the same parameters that we're looking at this application for, and it was approved for lots ranging from 400 square metres to 744 square metres. So the proposed lot sizes are in keeping with the established character of that area.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for the officers? Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, Casey, thanks very much for presenting here today. On page 25 of Board Books, and you touched on it earlier in regard to the potentially the table drain, the Environmental Protection Drainage Reserve, which is unrecognised, as you've mentioned, it's not treated as what it is. There's some conditions that have been placed in there and based on the tree health with an arborist assessment, confirming 15 of 35 of the trees are recommended for attention. The other conditions that are put in there in regard to making sure that you know, there's an inspection of wildlife and what have you. How does council actually enforce that, or actually make that happen on the ground through conditions? What's the mechanism to actually make sure that's carried out?
Through the chair, so the developer is required to comply with all conditions. In this instance, there's a rehabilitation plan condition which they're required to provide to council for endorsement. Following that, they are required to comply with all conditions of approval. If we're aware where they're not complying, it would become a compliance matter and be investigated by council.
Any further questions? Councillor Farquhar?
Thank you, Chair. Just coming back to the smaller 450 square metre lot sizes, do we know with those dwellings, are they going to be 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom? Do we know how many? 4-bedroom?
Through the chair, not at this stage. So we're only looking at the reconfiguring of the land parcel. We're not looking at any built form.
Thank you.
Casey, did we hear about the access to open space in this application?
Thanks for the question. So there's an existing local park that was transferred to council as part of stages 1 to 4. So that is existing, and I believe you can see it on the plan there, just adjoining the drainage corridor.
Oh, yes, yeah.
And the development site's also well connected to the open space to the south of the site. There's a number of local parks that it's connected to through there.
I don't think I've got any. Councillor McMahon, did you exhaust your questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Councillor Bill asked it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other one, I'd wanted to know why we have so many stages with no park. We've got a green area there, which is a drainage corridor, but all the residents there are going to be pushed down into the parks that are in Cotswold Hills. Why is that?
Maybe you just repeat your answer. Thanks, Casey. Yeah.
Through the chair, so there is a local park that has been transferred to council as part of the existing stages. So our Parks and Recreation team have confirmed that the park is sufficient for the catchment area, and when considering the other local parks to the south, the open space provided is sufficient for the catchment.
Back to the vegetation, Madam Chair, if I might. Does council have any requirement on anything with, and we're going to be looking at this in quite some depth with the South East Queensland Plan, do we just have desert full of houses, or do we have the desirability to have some ecological vegetation, i.e. tree buffer, to break this up? Because we've just had one there that is gone, and obviously there's no protection for what's left of it.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So the recommended conditions include a condition which requires street trees to be provided. Like mentioned before, the subject site is not mapped within the environmental significance overlay, nor is it mapped as regulated vegetation. So in this case, we have no requirement for them to maintain that existing vegetation along the southern boundary.
And you might see, through you, Madam Chair, how this appears to the general community, that we talk about environmental values, but then we don't value them.
Okay. Any Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thanks, Casey, for your presentation today. I was trying to, I wasn't here when the original matter was the subject of the court order was made, and I was just trying to find from the material what the basis of the appeal was, or the matters in dispute really that had to be determined. I noticed that the court order that I'm reading from is by consent, so obviously agreement had been reached between the applicant and council at the time of the hearing. But what were the major issues that had to be determined at the outset of the appeal prior to agreement being reached? Can you give us a bit of background there?
Through the chair, thanks for that question. I'm not familiar with the particular reasons that council refused the application. However, through mediation and through an appeal, the applicant and council worked through the conditions, and what was proposed was agreed to by both parties, and the infrastructure agreement was then formed. But with regards to particular reasons for refusal, I'm not particularly aware of those.
Just, bearing in mind the issues raised by some councillors today in relation to zoning, lot sizes, whether there was any determination made by the court at that stage. But other than what's in the consent order, you can't elaborate on that? Okay.
Through the chair, so through the appeal process, the court has determined that the development was suitable for approval subject to the conditions. So essentially that was the outcome.
Do you have any further questions, Councillor Shine? Councillor Farquhar?
Thank you, Chair. Just going to page 60 of board books, just following on from Councillor Carroll's comments on trees and losing the treescape. Just says provision of tree planting space 6.1 unless otherwise approved in writing by council, minimum of 2.5 metres of tree planting space between back of curb and footpath. And then it says note, the existing Whitewood Way Road Reserve does not provide a 2.5 metre minimum clearance, and it will be constructed to match the existing Whitewood Way Road Reserve. So given that, is there enough space along those footpaths to even plant trees between the footpath and the curb?
Through the chair, so throughout the development there is, in that particular location which the note identifies, there isn't sufficient room. So in that instance, they're required to match the existing road reserve. However, throughout the development, they would be required to provide street tree planting.
Because that's the new road between Whitewood Way and Opal Court. And that's a fair bit of road, isn't it? What percentage? Sorry, I just haven't got the map in front of me. I can't. I need my glasses again. Yeah, because they're a fair amount of roadscape.
Can you give us a page number, Councillor Farquhar?
I'm just still referring to page 60, but I just wanted to have a look at, if you could pull up the map again. Yeah, that one. Because it's saying existing Whitewood Way, the new road between Whitewood Way and Opal Court would reflect that. So we're saying that we can't get trees along there, but the rest of the roads, because they all look pretty narrow to me. Being the Garden City, I do think we need to try and get some more trees in there.
Through the chair, the condition doesn't necessarily mean that street trees won't be provided, but our council policies require that 2.5 metre just to make sure there's sufficient room for a tree and the other services. So during the operational work stage, we'll have a look at whether street trees can be provided in that location. The condition more so relates to that they're not required to provide that 2.5 metre from back of curb given the existing road reserve of Whitewood Way. So instead they're required to match the existing road reserve profile.
Because what concerns me is just, yeah, the lack of trees, to be honest. And if the footpaths aren't wide enough and the houses are smaller than we normally deem acceptable, I guess that's just my thought.
So Casey, just on that then, just comparing it to what's existing in stages 1 to 4, is it similar profile in terms of the footpaths and the road reserves and things?
Yeah, it's consistent with the existing stages 1 to 4. And through assessment, we've determined that is compliant with our planning scheme requirements, including our street tree planting policies and the like.
Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you. Well, based on that, are there many street trees planted?
Through the chair, there are a number of street trees in the existing residential estate.
A number? Is that what, 2, 6, 10? I'm just wanting to understand if this design is exactly the same as the old design, we need to understand how many street trees there are in the old design. Thank you.
Through the chair, so council standards are 1 street tree per lot. So in the existing, I don't know how many lots are there, but it'll be 150 plus street trees, typical.
Sorry, Adam, that's typical, but how many have actually been planted, I think, is the key to this understanding, because whatever's planted in the current one will give us an idea of what's going to be planted in this one. Thanks. If you do potentially have that information.
I don't have an exact figure, but...
So we don't know really whether there's many street trees out there or not.
So at the time of seal, which is the creation of the title, council has to sign off on that all conditions of the approval have been met. That includes landscaping compliance, which is in accordance with our planning scheme, which has a policy of 1 street tree per lot. So I'd anticipate if I went out there that there would be that many street trees, enough for 1 per lot. There is an allowance for fatalities of trees along the way, so there may not be precisely that number. But I don't have off the top of my head an exact figure of how many trees are in a previous approval.
Yeah, and I didn't actually expect you to, but I just thought that maybe somebody in the room had actually been out there and had a look on site and could potentially give us that information. But thank you, Adam.
So Adam, just on that point, it has the stages 1 to 4, Casey, have the plan seal and the title. Yeah, okay.
Not yet for all 4.
Beg your pardon?
Not yet for all 4. Certainly
okay.
it's 1, 2 and 3, I think.
Okay. So just, and it's the developer's responsibility, obviously, to plant the street trees. You've got some provision if they're not there, and then there is some sort of compliance action if they're not there. Is that correct? Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Thank you, Casey, again. Just in the earlier part of your presentation today, you were talking about that one issue that the submitters have brought forward is the traffic impacts. Can you talk to me or give me some further information on Council's reply to the submitters' concerns about the traffic impacts, please?
Through the chair, did you have a particular question or a particular item that you were wanting some more information on?
Well, in your presentation, you stated that the submitters had some concerns about the traffic impacts. So can you talk to me about what the submitters' concerns were and what our response to that was? If you could explain that further for me. Thank you.
The submitters raised concerns with the increase in traffic. So during our assessment, we looked at the traffic numbers which are likely to be generated from the increase in lots, and it was determined that the increase in traffic was not going to cause the road network to have any impacts. So local access roads generally can cater up to 175 lots. And looking at the traffic count, both Ryan's Drive and Opal Court through to Cotswold Hills Road would have sufficient capacity, including all of the additional lots proposed. So further to that, there was no requirement for an alternative connection or a secondary connection to Gowrie Junction Road. And when we looked at that further, providing a secondary connection to Gowrie Junction Road would likely result in a non-compliant intersection, given the separation distances to that existing Tallerwood connection.
Thanks, Casey. I did see it in the report. I just wanted to hear it verbally and try and understand and do a bit of a deeper dive, so thank you.
Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for the report. Obviously, most of the questions I had probably been answered in such. The only one I just wanted a little bit more explanation on around, obviously, another one of the key areas that was raised and noted through the submitters was around stormwater and flooding, and obviously, worsening impacts and some suggestion around, obviously, how additional development there will obviously impact that. How, and I know it's listed through here, but just how that will all work, how that will be conditioned, how that's going to ensure that, again, going back to that point, that there is no worsening impacts.
So I might also answer part of that question, and then I might get Adam to just elaborate a bit further. So where the lots proposed is not mapped within the flood hazard overlay code, it's primarily, the flood areas are primarily contained within that existing drainage reserve. When we looked at that as part of the approved stormwater management plan for stages 1 to 4, and then the addendum that the applicant provided as part of this, it was confirmed that the development, including the additional stormwater captured from those lots and going through that drainage reserve, as well as any earthworks, was not going to affect the capacity of that drainage reserve, and it's able to cater for that additional, those additional lots. So it's not likely to create any impacts.
Okay, I think everyone may have exhausted their questions. Thank you. Now we do have one submitter, Catherine Collins, if you wouldn't mind coming up for us. Thank you. Thanks, Catherine.
Good afternoon all. Firstly, can I say thank you for organising this meeting so that we can put our points of view across. We appreciate that. The residents of Cotswold Hills are extremely worried about the impact of these latest requests from the new developer too. Can we just note that the developer in 2014 has changed to a new person for this lot of things, which does make a huge difference. Just before I go on, the timing of this meeting was not ideal. I just want to let you know that a lot of our residents are away preparing for Christmas, etc. We also couldn't access the links on the TRC website, which is a real issue Casey sent me the stuff yesterday, so I've had 24 hours to prepare this, which is not ideal at all. You need to think about that. The website is very hard to get around. I had to dig through and find a hyperlink in a big lot of text where I found these documents that we've been looking at. So to say, we didn't have enough time was a huge understatement. Just a brief history. I've been living in Cotswold Hills, 1 Opal Court since we built there. And I was here at the 2014 meeting. My neighbours, Neil and Ivy, instigated all of that. We paid for lawyers. We spent hours with submissions, meetings, such to have success. And thankfully, the TRC councillors at the time dismissed it. We've all learnt that now, that down the track, despite this, it still went ahead through the claims court, which was really disappointing to us because we'd invested a lot of effort into it. We can't stop this development, and we're not trying to. That ship has sailed. But we do want to try and protect our quality of life, that Opal Court and Ryan's Drive remain close to this estate, and that an appropriate buffer zone be created along Morris Court, Phoebe Court and Ella Court. Now the Phoebe Court and Ella Court ones are still there. The Morris Court one has been demolished. And I also want to point out that the blocks behind 3 Opal Court, that is a floodplain. I was there through 2011. It lapped up to my treatment plant and I was worried about the motor, and I'm on a raised section. So it came right up there. That was like a creek rushing through. And every time we get a huge downpour, it comes from the top and it's a creek. So if you put blocks behind there, I'm telling you now, they will flood. So that's just what I've seen. I've got photographic evidence of it, whatever. We understand, so in accordance, we were told the emerging community zoning specifications allowed for a buffer zone and that sort of thing. So we would like that reinstated. I'll just go to the access on the roads first. So the current Essence Estate development has 200 plus 4-bedroom dwellings. I know people who live there. Majority of them are 4-bedroom or 2 duplexes. The ideology, sorry, I can't speak. 1 car per dwelling is not. Everybody has 2 cars per dwelling. If you're a rental, and there's a lot of rentals in there, you can have up to 4 cars. We're talking about putting a tree on the footpath. Well, you've got to put cars on the footpath at the moment because there's no other place for them. You only get a double garage usually. So that's a problem. We've worked out the 170 proposed blocks filling the next stage, not to mention the subsequent stages, would be at least 2 to 4 cars per dwelling. This stage alone could cater for up to 680 cars and up to 800 in the existing subdivision. There is no guarantee that the roadway these residents will use won't be Opal Court or Ryan's Drive. They will take the easiest route to town. So there's no way we can guarantee that. The original plan was rejected by the TRC for a reason, that it needed a second entrance off Gowrie Junction Road, as it was a fire hazard. A way in and a way out to allow flow through of traffic. Now I know that Casey has mentioned that the 300 metres and the 500 metres, at the end of the day they should have taken that into consideration before they actually did the plan. Opal Court, as Carol has said, is a designated cul-de-sac and should be retained in this way. We bought it. We put a lot of money into living out there. We had to pay $10,000 for a treatment plant. We had to buy shalings in to get rid of the black soil. We've invested a lot of money to live out there. The traffic implications on our street, we have 4 dwellings on our street. So the traffic implications are huge. At the moment, we would, 4 of us with 2 cars each. That's what the traffic is on Opal Court currently. If you open it up and it becomes a collector road, as I said, 680 plus another 800 cars could potentially be on it. The same goes for Ryan's Drive. They've already got a lot more development in their little section, and it's already extremely busy road. So that's going to make it far more busier than it is now. Having so many vehicles accessing the separate subdivision would be disastrous, not to mention the trade vehicles and the trucks throughout the building process of so many dwellings. I don't see why a second entrance off Gowrie Junction Road, removing lots 20 and 21 of stage 7, would allow for this and could give us the quality of life that we ask for. We would have bought closer to the city if we wanted to be beside this urban development. So the value of our property, I know that that's not to do with planning, but it's going to decrease significantly as buyers will be turned off by the amount of traffic. You also have increased crime due to urbanisation and with the influx of more residents and blocks. Even though this isn't a planning consideration, it is very significant to the residents of Cotswold Hills. With reference to the traffic impact assessment, notably page 3, I would like to know where the figure of 98 dwellings on Opal Court that access these roads came from, as it only has 4. I'm not sure how opening Opal Court to become a collector road for the adjoining subdivision wouldn't significantly increase traffic for our street. Increasing the traffic on both Opal Court and Ryan's Drive will greatly increase the risk of road accidents in the area. And again, we're not asking for the subdivision to be stopped. That ship has definitely sailed, but we do not want this urban subdivision affecting the quality lifestyle that we have and that we chose to live in a rural residential area. Let me get on to the buffer zone. Okay, so many trees were knocked down during this process. There was little or no concern for wildlife, as stated in the Tree Health Arborist Assessment, which was completed on the 16th of October, many months after the tree removal on the northern side of Morris Court and 3 Opal Court blocks, which occurred on the 30th of August 2023. So that report was done following that. My neighbour and I witnessed it. We had photograph and video footage provided to TRC. We even spoke to the excavator driver about having approval for this, and we were told the developer had directed him to remove the trees and vegetation. We got on to Glenn Galately, a compliance coordinator from the Environmental and Regulatory Services Department at TRC. He came and met with us about it and to show him the demolition. But I don't know where that process, we were never kept updated on the rest of that process, so I'm not sure what happened with that. My husband and I worked out that about 93 trees were removed in this process. So there were 2 rows of trees. The row that's left is roughly 4.5 metres apart over 7 blocks, and each block measures 60 metres wide, which equates to 93 trees. Currently, the trees and vegetation on the western side of Phoebe and Ella Courts have not been removed, and we would ask that this not be touched, as the gum trees are an iconic feature of the Cotswold Hills landscape, which is slowly diminishing with this urban development. It is not acceptable to have a rural residential block estate with acre-plus blocks adjoining an urban subdivision, which most of the blocks are around the 400 square metre mark. There's not many 700s if you go to count them. Without protecting the rights of the existing ratepayer residents, ensuring the quality lifestyle that we are currently enjoying out there, all in the name of progress and to aid the developer. Therefore, the reinstatement of the buffer zone and providing adequate screening to residents along Morris and Opal Courts and protecting the trees and vegetation of Phoebe, Ella Courts and Ryan's Drive is imperative. I'll just move on to the drainage corridor. The drainage corridor is an unrecognised natural habitat for kangaroos, bird and wildlife, and all vegetation and established trees should be maintained and not removed for development purposes. The 2 blocks behind Opal Court, 3 Opal Court, are in a flood zone. I've already mentioned that, which I witnessed through the 2011 floods and other downpours since. The 2 blocks allocated to the area directly behind 3 Opal Court will flood, and this will have implications for the buyers purchasing these blocks in good faith, not to mention the increase in insurance premiums that will result, saying that we're in a flooding area. It is morally and ethically wrong to allow these 2 blocks to be approved to proceed by the TRC. Just on to a couple of housekeeping, disruption during development. So the earthworks on stage 7 were commenced at 6 a.m. every morning, with noise and vibrations continuing throughout the day. There was no adherence to the 7 o'clock that is normally adhered to in these circumstances. We ask that any further earthworks are not to commence before 7 a.m. to avoid complaints to council for noise disturbances. We'd also ask that the developer ensures all future earthworks are watered down to avoid excess dust, as the amount of dust from the current earthworks has affected our homes, our health and quality of life. Reimbursement of house and solar panel cleaning should be covered by the developer for past and future works. My house alone is constantly filthy, and I've already had it cleaned several times during the earthworks process. The other housekeeping is the process of calling this meeting and not giving acceptable timelines for us to read, like the tree health arborist, which was done on the 16th of October. I feel like we needed more time for that so that we could process it. But, you know, we've done the best we can. This has definitely been favourable to the developer and hindered our chances of proper preparation. We would ask that the map that's mailed out by the town planner be legible and at least of A4 size. It took so long to get that map from someone at council because we could not read it. It was illegible. And that's not good enough. And the same with the signs on the fences at the development. Could not read the lot amounts, could not read the lot sizes. That has got to change.
So we won't be calling out from the gallery, please. I've already asked.
Anyway,
once.
Sorry, Megan. Sorry.
Thank you.
To conclude, we would implore the TRC to reconsider the following requests put forward by the residents of the Cotswold Hills area, ensuring that there's no access to Opal Court and Ryan's Drive. You know, I don't know about connectivity, but surely there's a big enough area there where they can get their connectivity without bringing us into it. We would request a second opening off Gary Junction Road, which is a much more viable term for them and can keep the estate within the estate. I would ask that provide adequate screening, the reinstatement of the buffer zone with trees and vegetation, and these were fully established gum trees that were knocked down, to separate the two subdivisions. This alone is going to take years because that was 2014, so it's taken them, you know, 6-8 years to actually get to a height, and then to be knocked down was really disappointing. And I would ask that the protection of the existing vegetation buffer zone along Phoebe Court, Ella Court and Ryan's Drive remain. It's iconic to the Cotswold Hills area, and if we lose that, it may as well be a concrete jungle. And I would also suggest the removal of blocks behind 3 Opal Court to avoid the floodplain. Also too, Ryan's Drive is a 60k zone, and there's no concrete footpaths. Well, there's no concrete footpaths, you know, anywhere, but I'm being told that a 60k zone means that you must have concrete footpaths along there for people to walk. Thank you for listening.
Well done, Catherine. Thank you. Questions for Catherine from the floor? Mr Mayor?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Catherine, very much
That's
for your
okay.
presentation. So when you say just behind 3 Ella Court, is that lots 33 and 34?
Are you talking which?
Just on the screen up this behind Opal Court.
Yeah, so that's our
33.
Yeah, where the little cursor is there, that's my block, and the next one's 3.
So you're talking lots 33 and 34 above it that are flooding?
79 and 80 are the blocks behind it.
Oh, 79 and 80.
Yeah, the long ones, yeah, 70 and 80, I think. Because they do. Yeah. So you'll see the water, it's not going to stop there.
No.
It's not going to stop there and go, you know, and go down there. It's just going to go straight.
So that's the total, 79 and 80.
Yeah, 79 and 80, yes.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Casey, can I just ask in response to the submitter's statement about the footpaths, can you give me some more information on what footpaths are existing or not existing or will be built and not be built? Please.
Sorry, I might just defer that question to Adam.
Thank you.
So this plan doesn't show footpaths, but you'll find that there's conditions of the approval that condition the developer to come back for operational works in accordance with the planning scheme. So there's, in our standards, we do have concrete footpaths in all residential subdivisions as a standard.
Thank you, Chair. So just clarifying your statement there, Adam, that footpaths will be built in this new stages 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Absolutely.
Great,
Yep.
thanks.
So Casey, Catherine, if you don't mind, you stay there for, I'm not sure whether there's other questions. I would imagine that the alternative road suggestions that Catherine has suggested, they have been examined, haven't they? I know you've talked about that a little bit with the line of sight and the unsafe. Yeah, can you just run me through that again?
Yeah, so Council's engineering team and transport planning team had a look at an alternative arrangement, so a second connection to Gowrie Junction Road, and it was determined that there wouldn't be compliant separation distances between the existing Tallerwood Boulevard connection and what would be a connection between lots 20 and 21 or along any of those lots. There's only about 375 metres from the existing Tallerwood Boulevard connection to the edge of the development site where it adjoins Morris Court. Generally speaking, to have safe separation, looking at roughly 500 as a minimum, so they wouldn't be able to achieve this. So it was looked at and investigated. Further to that, for emergency access purposes, a second connection to Gowrie Junction Road wouldn't allow for sufficient emergency access. If there was something to happen on Gowrie Junction, an alternative access would still be required through Opal Court and then Ryan's Drive.
And then also Catherine's other, talking about the flooding on those blocks, has the hydrology report not suggested that that's going to be the case?
Yes, so the documents submitted with the application and then the investigations and assessment undertaken by council staff confirmed that there is no flood hazard over those two proposed lots. If we could possibly bring up, I think it's attachment 4, figure 3. Might keep going down, so it might be figure 5, or just that one, figure 4, sorry. Yeah, so there you can see the mapped hazard area. So the blue is flood hazard, and it's not located within the subject site where those two lots are proposed. And we did do investigations with regards to the capacity and the flow regime of that drainage reserve, which was considered to comply for a 1% AEP event.
Councillor Carroll-Taylor and then Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Casey, but I have to say to you that a lot of our flooding, when we did our flood mapping, was from people's evidentiary stuff that came to us through photographs all over the place. In many cases, our mapping was wrong and it was informed by people who lived on the ground, who had actual photographic evidence or historic evidence of where the water went. So I'm saying through you, Madam Chair, that we have this mapped here and we have people out there on the ground who've got photographic evidence of where the water goes. I actually can't come to grips with that. And I think in the time, and I know I was part of it, so I can talk about it, we went all over the community and we asked people for that photographic evidence and we informed our flood mapping by that method. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you, because what we're saying here is what we've got there is mapped. We have people who actually live out there who live just very close to this, who have photographic evidence of something quite different. Why? Where's the difference and how do we then amend that? Because if there is photographic evidence, obviously it's not staying in the channel.
So flood studies would be undertaken which determine our flood hazard mapping. What we look at is to make sure they can cater for a 1 in 100 year event. So I'm not sure of the past events and what nature they were, but we've looked at it for that.
So and Casey, you weren't with us at that time. We did a whole lot, this council with the help of the whole community in the whole of the TRC region, did a flood mapping, which was welcomed and praised by the insurance industry, of flood mapping informed by photographic and historic evidence. And I'm saying that we at least should be looking at what Catherine has in photographic evidence, and maybe, perhaps, we might need to amend what we have here.
I might just, Adam, get you to make a comment if you wouldn't mind.
Through the chair. So there's probably multiple things I can say in response to that. Yes, council did do some flood modelling, and I was part of that project, which you'd be aware of. In terms of this particular project, so through the mediation, I was actually in the appeal team for council for drainage. And flood modelling was done. I believe there's even been earthworks done since through their first stage, because if you can recollect that basically that entire drainage corridor was cleared, earthworks done, and then replanted, rehabbed with a couple 100,000 trees as part of the court order approval. So yeah, there's a few elements of that there's been changes along the way. I would be interested in seeing, if you've got photos, I'll be interested to see them.
I haven't got ones of that, but that you will see the big rushing, it becomes a creek right through there. So I just don't see how it's going to divert out of those blocks if it's rushing through. And my house is there, you can see the blue roof.
The bottom blue roof, I'm assuming.
Right there, bottom blue roof. And my treatment plant could be, say, maybe 10 metres from that. And I was concerned. 2011 was a 1 in 100 flooding event, and it was, pardon? Sorry, 1 in 500, correct me. But we saw what it could do, and I was worried for my treatment plant because I thought it'll blow the motor up, and I was like shoveling water out so it didn't come into my house and all of that sort of thing. I'm just concerned the risk you take putting blocks there, if that happens again, I can't see how it's going to divert and not go through those blocks. I'm just telling you that because that's what happened back in 2011. And really, whenever we've had 100 mil plus of rain, it comes down from the top of Cotswold Hills and it rushes straight through. So that's what I'm saying.
Thanks, Catherine. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. So that flood mapping that we did agree that it would be updated, ongoing, to try and make sure that it continued to be relevant and that we do use evidence from residents ongoing as well. So Adam, just clarify with me, you're saying that there's been earthworks since that time that could have changed the impact of water?
Yeah, I don't remember, like it's now 8 years ago, I don't remember the specific details of how much earthworks in that area, but there was a trim done to that entire corridor. So the latest aerial data council will have captured that in. So the next time the flood studies get updated, it will definitely be included. In terms of new photographic data, I'm certainly keen to see that.
Okay, so we don't have any LiDAR of that area?
Yes, yeah. So LiDAR was flown 2010, 2016, and I think again last year, so 2022. So of all of our urban extents.
So we'd have an idea from the LiDAR, because it's more reliable, isn't it? So we'd have an idea from the LiDAR whether it would flood now after the works.
Yes, and I believe that the proposed earthworks through the early stages was what was modelled as part of the appeal from memory. So it was done off of anticipated earthworks, not necessarily what was there at the time.
Okay, thank you. And so then I just wanted to confirm in my mind, trees were planted as part of that court order that keeps getting referred to, which is actually only relevant to stages 1 to 4, not anything to do with any of this now. And that some or all of those trees have now been removed. Is that right or not? If someone, whoever's been dealing with that part of it, could respond to that, please.
Thank you. So as part of stages 1 to 4, when they've done the earthworks and removed those trees within the drainage reserve, they were conditioned to provide a tree rehabilitation plan, which saw them replant out that drainage reserve. As part of this approval, we're seeking that they maintain the majority of those trees except where they're doing earthworks. And we've now conditioned again another tree rehabilitation plan, but that applies only to the drainage reserve part of the development, not where the new lots are proposed.
Okay, thank you. And that tree planting did occur, and it's just that, yeah, thank you. That helps me. And so then the other thing that I'd like to know more about, and I haven't been able to find it in here, it could be there, hours of work when they're doing the development, please. Oh, 6:30 to 6:30,
Yeah.
Monday to Saturday.
So the hours of work is standardised across Queensland, and that's in line with that. So, as the first part of the condition says, as per definition of EPA Act 1994,
Yeah,
must be confined between 6:30 and 6:30.
yeah.
So to vary from that, they need essentially my approval, which I haven't endorsed any variation from that, other than maybe a public holiday where requested.
Yeah, so those hours are in pretty well most approvals that we do anyway, so that's, yeah, thank
all
you.
approvals.
Yes, thank you.
Just to Nancy, I just want to clarify that the tree removal was from the buffer zone on the northern side of Morris and Opal Courts. The drainage area corridor is completely separate. So we're talking about two separate things here. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. The other thing was that I forgot to mention was a cul-de-sac doesn't get opened up, but a court or a drive does. Is that correct?
Can I speak to that?
Well, I'd like professional
Okay.
commentary if I could. Thank you.
So, I was looking with the engineering officer that assessed it yesterday, but both Opal Court and what was, can't see the name of the other one, Ryan or Morris. Yeah, and certainly the way that they were terminated historically, now these were constructed pre-amalgamation to standards of the time. Let's let. So they were constructed to a different standard to what we have nowadays, and that standard correlates somewhere between a local access 175 lot and a collector road in dimension. So we've assumed it to be the lower of those standards. Now, the way that they were terminated was temporary. Like, there's no curb and channel around the cul-de-sac head. There's I think the two of them varied. So one of them was just a seal with no curb and channel, and the other had, I can't remember what was it. I think it was at Opal Court. There's a curb through. Can I see the photo? Jeez, need some binoculars. I can't see that from there. But both indicated to me that they were anticipated at the time of those subdivisions being approved of being extended into the future.
Councillor Summerfield, is that there? Yeah. Councillor Shine, Councillor Taylor, and then Councillor Farquhar.
Thanks, Chair. Just in relation to that desired second access to Gary Junction Road, I think before the officer indicated, I might have got it wrong, that the proposal looked at was that the adjacent to, or part of what is currently lot 2021 as being too close to Morris Court. I understand that. But if it were instead adjacent to 14 and 15, which is about halfway between Tallerwood and Morris Court, was that looked at, and would that make any difference to your recommendation?
Through the chair, that was looked at. So the distance between the Tallerwood Boulevard intersection and the edge of the development site where it connects to Morris Court is only about 375 metres. So generally, you want a spacing of about 500 metres. So putting a secondary connection anywhere along that frontage would not achieve a compliant intersection separation, but it was looked at by council staff.
That's it.
Yarra Junction Road is a council road, and are we bound by their recommended distances, or what's the story there?
Adam, why don't you stand up at this one over here, and then you can just, you stay up. Yeah.
All right, so through the chair, so in response, the question was, there's standards, are we bound to comply with those? Yeah. So essentially, that standard that's in us would be Austroads, which is the road manual for all Australia. So councils do have the ability to vary from it. However, in accidents, if there's an insurance claim, then they would examine why it was varied from, and if those reasons were, I guess, suitably considered. You know, like I know I've been an example before where I've had an approval where I've varied from Australian standards, and there was an accident, and the insurance company then knocked on council's door to say, well, you know, please explain why that was varied from. So I would suggest that, well, our typical approach is you don't vary from them unless there is absolute good reasons from an engineering perspective to vary from the standard.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Councillor Carol Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Adam, if we only had Austroad standards through our roads, because we all know local government cannot afford to aspire to Austroads in most cases, and we don't. So, I mean, I actually have the same thought there, but that's not my query. Through you, Madam Chair, number 45, when I lived at Valeview, one morning we were woken up at 6:30 with the house shaking while bulldozers were shifting heaps of dirt. Now, 45 says construction, noise, impact, mitigation. It doesn't say anything about vibration or earth moving. Is that captured under the same comments or not? Because it's very, very different. Noise is very different. And if you've had someone next to you pushing earth around and knocking trees down, you would know the difference. And I have to say, it does wake you up, and it is not very nice. So, and it has to happen, I know, if you're going to do stuff, but I just want to know, it's a query, is noise impact the same as vibration and earth moving or not? Because I suspect it's very different.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, good afternoon. Could you please just scroll up in the condition set just a little bit? We're going to keep going. Condition 38. Noise and vibration are considered separately. Hold right there. So we have separate condition for vibration. That first condition there then leading to the table in condition... Oh, sorry, just scroll down just a little bit further, please. So we have limits derived from state policy on what acceptable vibration levels are, and then you're not going to get vibration from activities that aren't also noise generating. Therefore, as a combination, the hours of restriction for noise that are 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. are going to apply to the vibration of the generation of vibration impacts. typically for subdivisions like this where we don't have piling, the vibration is going to come from rollers, vibration equipment using to compact the soil, and that is loud in itself, or emits a certain level of noise. Therefore, the default would be that, well, you're restricted to noise between particular hours, and then you also have to comply with the conditions for vibration.
Thanks, Luke. Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Catherine, for your input today. I'm wondering if we might, through you to Kirsten, is it possible to get item 4, the flood overlay map, and item 5 both on the screen at the same time? Is that something that's possible, or if not, go with item 4? So there's 5. Can we, you're a legend, look out. Gee whiz. Awesome. So thanks very much, Kirsten. So I just want to ask, we've heard about the flooding, and that goes to blocks 79 and 80, and then, you know, they're saying that's not in the flood mapping. My issues are similar, but on the other side of that drainage reserve, where it's very clearly a medium flood risk, in what I would say is, if we could move item 5 on the left over slightly, please. Blocks 162, probably 163 and 161 would be right smack in the middle of a medium flood risk. So can I firstly be advised how you can even propose a block in a flood corridor that actually matches our mapping? Through to the officer, please.
Adam, thank you.
So the flood overlay is split into various categories. So, and you can see there's a light blue or lightest blue category, then a light blue, then a dark blue. And there's a couple of other variations of blue, funnily enough. And they do define whether you can or can't build a house in them. So the darkest blues you can't, whereas the lighter blues you can, considering flood impacts. Now, in terms of this, you'll see, there's a road proposed there, and what I would anticipate to see through the application for operational works is that there'll be fill essentially in those lots, which provides building pads which are flood free. The impact of that will then have to be mitigated through, ensuring you don't push floodwater somewhere else. So that's something that we'd be looking at in the operational works application.
Right, so, I mean, it's not much of a block to play with, but, if half of it's covered, that'd be pretty hard to mitigate, I should manage. So the waterways and wetlands buffer, which is the kind of lightest blue, and I note, up further north it diverts from the medium flood risk. Can you build council planning scheme in a waterways and wetlands buffer?
Through the chair, so during the assessment we'll look at the particular area and what significance it plays. In this case you'll see that it's only mapped in the buffer area, it's not mapped waterways and wetland. So generally it's a case-by-case basis, however generally you wouldn't be permitted to develop in the waterways and wetlands area. However, the buffer just simply shows a buffer between those spaces. And in this case, there's no further consideration required for the waterways and wetlands buffer area itself.
Okay, thank you for your answer. It does help, but I wonder, I mean, a buffer to me is that you stay that far away from it, so you're not going to have an issue. So I wonder what's the point of having a buffer if it doesn't mean you can't build there. And I'm looking, so I brought up the very bottom corner of stage 10, but it'd probably be stage 8 if we could just move item 4 up. Blocks 102, 103, probably 4 would be in a wetlands buffer, but you're saying it's not technically an issue, it's a case by case with those ones.
Through the chair, so the Environmental Significance Overlay Code captures the waterways and wetlands area and the buffer. The Flood Hazard Overlay Code is separate to that. So the light blue area that you're seeing through those areas is not showing any buffer to flood areas. It's showing a buffer to wetlands, waterways and wetlands area, being that drainage reserve. It's not indicative of flood hazard itself. They're two separate overlays.
Thanks. So I will ask through to the officer again. I know you're still there, Catherine. We're asking questions to the officer. The area of ecological significance buffer on the southeast of probably stage 10, and I would imagine that that forms the area that goes in towards sort of John Troudsell Park and those areas over there. So do we have, is this the same thing, an ecological significance buffer that's identified in our mapping? Is it still a case by case, or is there any impediment to building in there? Because half of stage 10 is probably covered by that to one form or another.
Thank you, Councillor. When we do have development that occurs under an overlay, we do also look at what is existing under there. In this particular instance here, there is no vegetation under that overlay due to the current exemptions provisions or no local law that would prohibit clearing of vegetation. And in some instances, vegetation is cleared and then the application is put in. We have nothing to assess under that particular parcel of land where that buffer is located. And unfortunately, we also don't have a provision within the planning scheme that prompts for rehabilitation, specifically in areas already cleared. So we are in a position where, while there is an overlay on that site, and at some point in the past there would have been some vegetation at or near that, and then that created a buffer, at the time of assessment there is no vegetation there at all. So council's in the position that we do not have anything to assess, and therefore the conclusion is there is no impact against that particular overlay.
Thank you for the answer. It actually clarifies a lot, but perhaps just a comment. I mean, you guys have given a great answer. We've got block sizes set in the planning scheme that we're not following. We've got two different buffers set by our mapping, and we're also not following them. And it's, what's the point of having all this stuff if we just decide we're not going to follow that? Doesn't matter. Anyway, thank you, Chair.
Okay, now I might just at this point, does anyone have any questions for Catherine? Okay, okay, well, we'll just keep going through on our order. Councillor Farquhar is next.
Thank you, Chair. Adam, sorry, another one for you. I'm just trying to measure the 500 metres, and I'm assuming the bottom of Morris Court, is that a road reserve that goes across to Gowrie Junction Road? The bottom of lot 21? Yeah, but that's not 500 metres from Tallowood Boulevard, is that right? If that road reserve at the bottom of 21 was to connect up to Morris Road from Gowrie. Oh, sorry, Morris Court, from the bottom of 21. It's not possible, is it?
I might just answer that one, sorry. So
Casey, sorry.
Morris Court, as you can see, it extends, that is road reserve. So that's where we're measuring from on the southern side. The distance between Morris Court, just where the green part ends, demonstrating that lot, and Tallowood is about 375 metres.
Okay. Because I'm just looking at a map here, and I'm just wondering, you know, whether you could still connect from that little roundabout, I guess, use lot 21 and then come across to the right of the east to Morris Court, and then use that road and then go, I guess, south, and then that connects up on Cotswold Hills Drive past Lenny Cooper Park onto Gowrie Junction Road. Would that be an option? It's not, you can't quite see that far down, but there is an existing road there that could possibly be utilised instead of Opal Court. It's just is that possible?
Through the chair, so it still wouldn't be meeting the separation distances. And directly across from Morris Court Road Reserve is another unnamed road reserve. So if there was a connection put there, you're creating a four-way intersection. So that would be something that have to be considered in detail. And it would likely require upgrades as well.
Yeah, no, I was just suggesting if we do 21 down across to Morris Court, not to the main road, but you come in, and then you can go down and they could potentially exit out of Cotswold Hills Drive near Lenny Cooper Park. Would that be a possibility or not really? Sorry, it was just a
I
thought.
believe that, because you can see that it's mounded through there, I believe that's actually their acoustic mound. And I'd have to double check because I wasn't anticipating this question, but.
Yeah. So I was just looking at Catherine's requests for just to see if we can in any way accommodate them of 21, 22 and then 79 and 80.
Sorry, it might be helpful if we go to attachment 4, figure 1. That might show, that's from Queensland Globe, so it might have better. Oh, sorry, attach figure 2, sorry. Yeah.
So is that the piece you're talking where the cursor was just
Yeah.
through there? So basically bringing a north-south road through where the red polygon runs north-south and then hook on to Morris Court
Yeah.
through there.
Would that be possible, do you think? That would give them another entrance.
So that distance was looked at through.
So that particular outcome wasn't investigated. I'm assuming you're saying you don't actually leave the development, you would just enter through lot 21 and then down the rectangle and then through Morris Court.
Correct.
So that wasn't looked at. The end of Morris Court there has some changes in topography, so it would require extensive earthworks. We'd also have to look at the drainage in that area and what impact that would have on the function of Morris Court in that particular location. So no, that option was not looked at in detail.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and just really quickly on the flood overlay, and I know we've spoken about this, just to clear my mind, that pale blue, which covers over lot 79 and 80, within our code, that's okay. Yep.
Through the chair, the light blue colour is not flood hazard overlay. That's the waterways and wetlands buffer. So where you can see there's a black line outlining the darker blues, that's the flood hazard overlay area.
Oh, I see, yep.
Okay,
Is that the stripy one? Sorry. Because it does look really close to lot 79 and 80, because it comes down that, particularly 80.
I think, Adam, you spoke about that before about it doesn't restrict you, you just have to mitigate in those areas.
Yeah, so the polygon that surrounds the flood overlay is the buffer, so it doesn't indicate that it floods. The one with the hatch and the black outline is the flood overlay. So, sorry, it probably is a little bit confusing with all the colours that are all blue, but yeah, so essentially the flood overlay doesn't touch those lots, it's the buffer.
Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Councillor Farquhar, yeah. I'm up to Councillor Ronhoff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms Collins, for your presentation. You've raised, by my count, 3 instances of your interactions with council in which it fell short of expectations. The first you mentioned was the vegetation clearing, and that compliance was discussed. Compliance officers were contacted, but you didn't hear anything back about that. The second was, and please correct me if any of this isn't right. The second was that with regard to the flood mapping, and when we did do that for PISA in 2020, I remember very clearly we talked about how we used the LiDAR mapping, but it was indicative only, and it was to be supplemented and reinforced and verified by evidence from the community. So you did submit those videos, and was that recently, Ms. Collins?
To be honest, it's been going on since about August. Sorry.
Okay.
It's been going on since about August, and I might have forwarded them to Casey, or Glenn, I'm not sure, but I can easily do that again. I just don't see that the water that I saw wasn't the dark blue section. It was quite wider than that. It was of a creek level, that's just what I'm saying, yes.
Okay. And then the last one was in regard to the links, the development application links.
Yes.
That when you clicked on them,
Not working.
they weren't working.
Not working.
And was that raised with council officers?
Yes, I sent an email to James, who forwarded the original email, because I was actually away on holidays at the time, so I wasn't really checking my emails religiously, sort of thing. Didn't hear back from him, but I did end up ringing. I got back on Monday afternoon. I did ring Casey yesterday, and Casey sent me the links. But the night before, I had tried to find them on the website through a lot of searching. And I did find it was mainly to all the documents that were tabled at this meeting, so that we could have some sort of a preparation for today. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, to our council planning staff, were we aware of there were any problems with any of the links of this development application?
Through the chair, so the links that I believe Catherine's referring to, correct me if I'm wrong, are the links to the meeting agenda. So all the documents submitted by the applicant are also available on Development Eye, and they have been available since they were submitted. So there's two separate links. Where there was issues with the links, which sometimes does happen with technology and things not working, where Catherine or other submitters contacted us, we endeavoured to provide that really fast, and we did follow up when links weren't working. But I believe the links that we're referring to is to do with the meeting agenda today, not throughout the whole assessment of the application.
I'm just going to speak to that. Sorry, we had to access the links to say that we were coming to council and to say that we wanted to speak at council, and then for the links to these documents. So they were not provided, and I'm really sorry, but the TRC website is really hard to navigate. We've got elderly people in our area. They would have no chance of doing it, and it took me several hours to locate the documents. I feel like in this situation, with such a short time frame of a week, we got the email a week ago, and then my emails to Casey and James to say I can't access the links. I feel like that is not enough time, and you should be able, the link should just take you straight to where you want to be. You know, that's not good enough, really.
Thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, the question about compliance response to the vegetation clearing, and Luke, I think you sort of hinted in your response that from an officer's perspective, once the vegetation is cleared, there's nothing for the officers to assess. So in this application, was there any marrying of compliance officers' investigation into that vegetation removal and the development application that's before us?
Through the chair, so we do talk and collaborate with the compliance officers. In this instance, the removal of the vegetation on the development site does not require approval. So they were able to go and remove that vegetation without approval, despite it being mapped in that overlay area. And I can't confirm whether there was any existing vegetation at the time the development application was lodged, where we're seeing that mapping down in the right-hand corner.
Okay, thanks, Casey. I think, you know, my council colleagues, several of them have raised questions about compliance and responsibilities. And so I ask these questions because I think it's important for people to have confidence, councillors included, to have confidence that when there are conditions imposed and there are complaints made about those, that they are, that councillors and the members of the public really have confidence that they're going to be vigorously investigated and acted on. My last question, Madam Chair, through you, is just about the car and the traffic count, if I might. I need to just get clarification that the traffic count and the parking count and all of that has worked on the assumption of 1 to 1. Is that correct, or is it 2.1 to 1? Adam? Because we talk about the, Ryan's Drive, for instance, being able to cater for up to 175 cars and the connections via Opal Court, but the maths to that don't seem to.
175 lots.
Yeah. So what's our count though? Cars per lot.
It varies, but so what we've got is in our standards, we use a 10 vehicle trip per dwelling figure, but the road hierarchies works off of lots, not vehicle trips. So it caters for up to 175 lots or dwellings. So essentially that then converts to 1,750 vehicle trips per day.
1,750 vehicle trips per day.
175 by 10.
Thank you for that information. Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Collins.
Thank you. Just further to Councillor Von Hof's question, were you directed to Development I at all?
As I said before, possibly back in the time that we were, but what I'm saying to you is that this particular meeting, we needed access to it like I was on holidays, you know what I mean? I'm not going to sit there and plough through to try and find AI. I just feel like the link should be coming directly to us and it should be working. That's what I'm saying. I eventually did, when I got home, got on and found this miraculous AI place, but that was, gave me 24 hours to prepare, you know. So if you send a link, the link has to work, especially with this short time frame.
Is that common practice for us to be directing people to Development I, would you say?
Yes, so we will direct them to and provide links to all of the application materials submitted throughout the entire application process. So back when this was submitted, anyone who inquired, we would direct them to Development I to review the documents. If they're having trouble accessing those documents or they were too large, we would send PDF copies through. So yes.
All right, thank you. Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. It's probably Adam again, and it's back to my original question about the distance between those roads, Tallerwood and Morris Court. Just looking at the online, looking at the map that's come up, Morris Court in fact doesn't extend to Gary Junction Road at all, and there sort of might be a bit of a walkway there. The next street down is Cotswold Hills Drive, I think. So I would have thought the relevant distance was between Tallerwood and Cotswold Hills Drive, as opposed to the distance involving Morris Court. One assumes it may never be extended. I don't know. Any comment about that?
Through the chair, I might answer that one. So directly opposite Morris Court is another unnamed road that would create a four-way intersection. We just can't see it on that map there. Whilst Morris Court, the road itself doesn't extend the full way, it is dedicated as road reserve. So we still look at it in the same manner that we would.
But I don't think the proposal was to extend Morris Court and involving it in the four-way intersection. The proposal was either to extend where lots 20 or 21 are, or alternatively lots 14 and 15.
Through the chair, so looking at the separation distance, we're measuring from Tallerwood Boulevard connection, and there's roads, both Morris Court and then on the other side, so that's where we're getting those distances from. So if you were to put a secondary connection to Gowrie Junction Road on any of the lots along the eastern boundary there, you wouldn't be able to achieve that 500 metre separation. If you were proposing an access through lot 21 down the handle and then going right through Morris Court, that's something that we haven't looked at, and it wasn't proposed, and there would require a significant assessment as to whether that would be a viable outcome.
Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Chair. Adam, while you're there, Gowrie Road is a sub-arterial road, isn't it? So can you give me, that's correct?
Yeah, I believe so. It's,
Righto.
yeah.
So can you give me some other examples of sub-arterial roads, please, around urban footprint?
All right, so obviously this one has a higher speed zone than one, say, in an urban area like, so an example
70 k's at that point, I think, from memory.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it changes about the point of the intersection for the existing
northern
Essendon
side
estate.
of the bypass.
Yep. So each time we look at a road, it's got to be viewed in context. So one example of a sub-arterial is West Street, which obviously is a different,
Highfields Road.
I think for a portion of it, it is sub-arterial.
So, okay, so that's a couple of good examples. So the distance to four-way intersections is way less than 350 metres, and Highfields Road is 70 k's. So tell me the difference, why we couldn't investigate a second option, a second entry onto Gowrie Road, when there are multiple other examples of sub-arterial roads with less than 500 metres access and plenty of four-way intersections.
Yep. So again, it comes back to the context of it. So, you can find areas around town where there's sub-arterial roads with direct access, for instance, but the new standard doesn't say that. The new standard says no access to sub-arterial, so no driveways. Whereas, say, West Street, Highfields Road, there's clearly driveways onto it. So it's a different context. Whereas this, you're expecting a clear drive.
I'm not talking about driveways, I'm talking about street accesses.
Yeah, but it goes to context of the road environment. That when you're driving down Highfields Road, you're expecting driveways, cars coming out. You as a user are in an environment that's built up that has regular people coming onto it. This is nearly the opposite in that regard. There's an acoustic barrier, there's no direct access, it's a very wide road reserve. Right now it feels like almost a rural context.
So there'll no doubt be future urban development to the western side of Gowrie Junction Road for possibly the entire length of that, and if our sports precinct develops along there, that will also attract urban settlement pattern and development as well, wouldn't it? So I just fail to see how we're arbitrary on a 500 metre rule, and I get your point about context of road and application, but I can see very real examples in 70k zones, and I've only mentioned one, where that 500 metres is not adhered to on an Ausroad standard, because as Councillor Carol Taylor has rightfully said, we simply don't measure up to Ausroad standards. Not a reason why to keep doing that. However, the context and speed of this road will no doubt change and evolve as urban settlement continues along this road. So I've simply raised that point. Thanks for clarifying the subarterial application. I guess, to you, Catherine, thanks for being patient. It's no small feat to come and stand in front of a bunch of technical experts and councillors, and as a member of the community, I really appreciate you actually standing up and putting your case. It just reminds me as a councillor of the broader context of things that I need to consider other than technical terms and parameters. To you, you raised the issue about 60k zone and no built-up footpaths. Were you referring to the broader area and the connectivity of these streets through existing residential area, large lot residential?
Yes, Bill, I was referring to the residents of Ryan's Drive actually said to me that, you know, if it's a 60k zone and all this goes ahead, that we need concrete footpaths running down, you know, each side of the street. Currently, we don't have concrete footpaths in Cotswold Hills per se, and that might be for a multitude of reasons. But if this is going to go ahead, then that is something that needs to occur. Can I also just quickly touch on that, the road? I do remember back in 2014 that the developer was asked that there be an upgrade of Gary Junction Road. At the moment, it's barely 2 lanes. I don't know if you've travelled on it lately, probably have. It's barely 2 lanes. It's quite a country road. I don't think there's even curbing on it, apart from where you come in. So that is an issue. It's a real issue. With that precinct going in, with this happening, I feel like but because there was a change in developer, I'm not sure whether they dropped the ball on that one. But that is something that was always discussed, that the Gary Road needed improving if it was going to cater for all these excess dwellings and residents.
Thanks, Catherine. I just really wanted to be clear, and I guess through you, Chair, to Casey, would possibly, no doubt, wouldn't have been considered a reasonable and relevant condition for the developer to upgrade footpaths, considering the local residents that already exist there. This is why I keep raising the broader context of collective impacts on existing residential areas. So, you know, in a larger lot subdivision, you could, i.e. existing residential, could very well imagine people walking their dog, their children, riding a bike, whatever they do, down these wider easements. And then we've got very much increased traffic movement, up to 10 vehicle movements per lot per day. So it's a very real scenario, and in my view, I don't know, would that be considered a reasonable and relevant condition?
Through the chair, so as part of the assessment, we had a look at the traffic impact assessment that was provided and undertook our own assessment. Conditions have been recommended that require footpaths to be provided for the development site. There is already footpaths along Gary Junction Road. With regards to Ryan's Drive, no upgrade works are required, with the exception of the construction of the road shown where the roundabout is, and that will contain footpaths. The developer is not required to construct or retrofit Ryan's Drive to provide footpaths in this instance. The road reserve is 20 metres, so there's sufficient space on either side of the road.
Yeah, and look, as a councillor, they're things I consider whether they meet planning terms or conditions, or, you know, and I appreciate that's what you're there to do for us, and provide that type of information. I just had perhaps to you, thanks Casey, perhaps to you, Adam, I'm not sure, and it's around the buffer stuff. Maybe it's good for us in the future as council to consider, and it's probably not the first time I've raised, excuse me? Okay. The encroachment into buffers. Why do we let an applicant encroach into a buffer and that potentially, in some cases, can sterilise land use, neighbouring land use, when we allow this encroachment? I'm not comfortable, albeit marginal encroachment. It's death by 1,000 cuts, is the saying. You know, why do we do that?
And are you meaning in the context of the flood overlay and buffer?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so at the time the Frapisa project was done, I was in the flood hazard assessments, then there was the flood risk, which is Frapisa, flood risk. And by that time I'd moved into development engineering, so I wasn't necessarily in that project. But there's categories of flood risk, and the lighter blue colours. Oh, sorry, can you? So there's two elements to it. So the lighter blue colours don't necessarily represent the Q100 event, so they could be larger.
Sorry, Adam, just the easement in general, whether it's regardless of flood, the grey, well, looks like grey to me, my eyes mightn't be. The red lines encroach over those parcel boundaries, encroach into that easement.
Easement, sorry.
Is that the grey area there, or am I interpreting that wrong? Is it grey or
That's
light
the
blue?
waterways and wetland buffer.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's a planning overlay, sorry.
Okay, so that encroachment potentially renders, in this case, an easement less effective, or I can draw on another instance where a industrial development, business industrial development, encroached or made application to encroach onto neighbouring land, and we said, well, no, because that has a negative effect on the neighbour's potential to gain full utilisation of their land in the future. So, albeit this sort of buffer, I raise it as a point. You know, we need to look at this in the future with future planning scheme. And I know Councillor Nancy has raised this multiple times as well. So is that a correct interpretation on my behalf, that it's encroaching onto those buffers, if I'm reading those red lines as parcels, stages of development?
Through the chair, so that light blue or grey area is not flood hazard related. It relates to the Environmental Significance Overlay Code. So the wetlands, waterways and wetlands area, when they're mapped, is dark blue. And as you can see, there is no mapping in that location. The buffer area itself is likely to represent the drainage corridor, and mapping that as some sort of wetland and waterway. The mapping just doesn't correctly correlate with the drainage reserve land parcel itself. And that's contained within a separate allotment. So in this case, the buffer mapping just doesn't align with what's currently on the ground.
I'm confused. If that red line, those red lines go across that blue-grey area. So
maybe we can use the pointer or something. Can you get a bit? Maybe Adam.
Up the right-hand side, you've got the parcel of land encroaches into that grey area. Yep, and then there's some down the bottom, and there's either side. There's some on the western side there, the little triangle corner there. So these, no doubt, will end up house lots, and they encroach into. I don't care what the buffer is. They encroach into a buffer. If our mapping's not correct and we've made assessment on that, then I have either further problems with that. But if our mapping is correct, why are we allowing encroachment into the buffer?
Through the chair, so you can see in the legend, so it's the buffer area itself. There's no mapped waterway and wetlands areas of significance shown here, and that's the area that you're trying to protect under the planning scheme. The buffer just shows you an area on either side that you also need to consider. So in this case, there is no mapped areas of waterway and wetlands. The buffer is primarily just showing you over the drainage reserve. So the mapping in this instance just doesn't reflect the current lot boundaries of the drainage reserve itself.
Yeah, that's designated, and there will be house lots over that buffer. Yes?
So there will be lots proposed over the buffer, but it's a buffer area, and there's no area of...
I'm saying our buffer area should be retained, and there should be no house lots over that buffer. I'm saying that the neighbouring landowner, in case in point, this applicant, should not be allowed to encroach over our buffer area.
Through the chair, I might try and give an alternative example. So you can see on the legend there where we have areas of ecological significance and then there's a buffer area. The areas of ecological significance is what you're trying to protect, and the buffer is either side of that. So in this instance, we can only see the buffer area. There is no mapped waterways and wetlands area of significance to protect in this case. So there would be no reason to limit development on lots.
But we have a buffer for a reason, in order to, and whether there's stuff there or not, it's a buffer. And this is where, in this case, the applicant, and in other cases where I've sat around this table where applicants have made application and drawn up plans and encroached into buffer, and then we no longer have a buffer. A buffer is a buffer. It's like letting, here's a critical example, letting a buffer be encroached upon around our waste management centre or our water treatment facilities. There are buffers.
So, Carl, are we debating? Oh, do you want some more information?
No, I'm trying to be clear about. I'm not sure whether I'm being understood. Where in case he's saying, areas of significance, but a buffer is outside of that area, and it's a buffer for a reason, to try and protect those areas, regardless of what exists there or not.
Carrie, were you wanting to make a comment there?
Good afternoon, councillors. If I can just clarify about the overlays. The overlays are prepared using sometimes quite broad brush mapping information, and it isn't until you get down into the detail that you determine whether or not the information on our overlays is actually correct or not. And by way of example, if you look at the area of ecological significance that's down in the corner, you can see that there's not a single tree within that area. So the buffer is relevant if there's a buffer to something that needs to be protected. So for example, in this area of ecological significance, there's no trees there. So the buffer that goes around it, it's not actually protecting anything when you get down onto a site-specific basis.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie, and I understand that, but that's the reason why you have a buffer, so that the trees remain. At some point they were removed, and that's irrespective. We are where we are, but that's why we have, and I question the degree of accuracy. We need to do some work on our buffer zones and overlays and our codes around overlays, and what, how we see them as applicable or not, and the degree of accuracy, because otherwise why do we have them? And it's a planning tool or an instrument on how we make decisions about land use and how things get carved up. So, as I say, it's irrespective of whether trees are there or not. The principle is housing lots will end up in the buffer zone.
Okay. Luke, were you wanting to make a comment there? Is any further?
Thank you, Chair. Just to try and add maybe just 2 cents of extra context, I would have said exactly what Carrie just mentioned just before. Our mapping isn't 100% accurate just because of the state of lines, topography, scale, that mapping is provided in from various resource providers that do those, and that council has permission to use that data for. So when we're creating lines, buffers, polygons on map, they don't 100% accurately map the topography, the high banks of creeks, which is basically what was just being alluded to before. Again, what Casey mentioned before about what are we trying to protect in this particular area here. Unfortunately, there isn't a mapped waterway. If we wanted to, and this is my 2 cents, if we wanted to consider what the overlay was specifically trying to look at, it was trying to protect in-stream ecology, hydrology, and function of a waterway to act as a waterway. And the measures that we're trying to protect then cross over a little bit into stormwater management for a residential subdivision that is looking to control factors such as nitrogen, phosphorus, sedimentation, and gross litter, which are the main pollutants that may come off a subdivision into an area such as this. And in that case, there was a stormwater management plan, which I'm sure Adam will correct me if I'm wrong, but there would have been, and that they would have to comply with urban drainage design manual provisions for 95% reduction in total runoff, or 99 for those particular parameters.
So, from a water quality perspective,
From a water quality
is
urban,
the state planning policy, but yeah, it is 95% of
yes.
TSS, so total suspended solids, and nitrogen and phosphorus reduction.
So from a practical impact point of view, even though we didn't really have anything to write in the assessment report, we did give some thought and consideration to the fact that urban development, they're the main pollutants. Stormwater report, floodwater is indicating that hydrology, etc., is of no impact, and the stormwater control devices, which are going to help control those pollutants, are going to be installed under other provision. It is reasonably well considered that this waterway itself isn't really going to have any impacts upon it.
Okay, I think, any further questions for Catherine? Okay, thank you, Catherine. Yeah, done well. You've, all right, now, councillors, there isn't anyone representing the applicant. So, if there's no further questions, Councillor McDonald has got another question.
It's got a couple of points that perhaps like councillors to consider, and very happy for council officers to sort of unpack it and see whether it's even worthwhile or could be done. Condition number 45, to replicate, if you like, condition number 57, in regard to operating hours of construction. So on page, condition 45, sorry, and on page 57 of board books, which was explained to us in regard to standard hours, non-standard hours evening 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. and then non-standard hours night 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., which seemed to me that the non-standard hours are 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. Therefore, is it unreasonable to consider construction times of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. being construction times, so it's consistent with the non-standard hours? I just wondered if that was. I'm just working through the points of the submitters to see whether that was something that would be considered.
Thank you for that. If we ever did have a minor conflict or difference in one condition to the other from a compliance point of view, I know that they would hold a developer to a more stringent one. So if 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. for noise was the specified time in which they were allowed to perform noise generating activities, then that would be held to. If for some reason that they were ever able to do some form of earthworks that didn't produce noise and they were working at 10 p.m, so they were in effect compliant with condition, sorry, our noise condition, condition 45, but they were still doing some type of work that produced vibration. Number one, they have hours of limitation on when that can occur, and two, we have now introduced, probably as about a year ago, these conditions in table 1 that are providing some type of amenity limit on that. My opinion is that the likelihood that they could do one without the other would be very, very, very low.
I guess just from a clarity perspective, from the submitter's dialogue, I thank the submitter for speaking today, was to suggest a 7 a.m. start time, which would be consistent with what we're talking about here, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. for a condition of 45 rather than 6:30 to 6:30.
Yes.
Just an adjustment to that time is what I'm suggesting.
That's possible to make. We're deriving our noise parameters and noise hours very much so off EP Act recommendation. So that's basically a statewide provision, 6:30 a.m., 6:30 p.m. The vibration work as well for non-standard hours would occur at night, in which case they would more than likely have to have lighting, and we haven't given them approval to do night works either. So while that table does include a non-standard provision, it's a condition which could potentially be removed because it's just not looking like it's going to be possible without written permission from council for them to do anything like that anyway. But I would leave that to the floor.
No, that's okay. It's just a consideration for councillors. I'm happy to flag for a part of the motion to change that to 7 a.m. To 6 p.m. So that's the first one, Madam Chair, if we can just make a note of that one. The second one was in regard to the flooding that Catherine mentioned on lot 79 and lot 80. And my mind's been massaged through the conversation around perhaps not the 100% accuracy of our mapping, and we're reliant on local residents to inform that mapping. And therefore I would propose, if it's something that councillors would consider, that removal of lots 79 and 80 take place, and then they form the corridor that's already as a buffer into that area, which is lot 79 and 80. You know, I'm not sure if officers wanted to make commentary on that. Given the feedback that's happened through the afternoon, that's a suggestion. 79 and 80 are removed from that.
The current drainage reserve has already been transferred to council. So that would be a conversation we probably have to take offline to our property services team and the relevant teams to see whether there is a need for additional land within that reserve area, or if there's an alternate purpose for those lots. Yeah, so that would be something we'd have to look at further.
So, having said that, is it something that we shouldn't put in the recommendation today, or should we put removal of those lots subject to further consultation with property services in regard to that land becoming part of that buffer?
Through the chair, my recommendation would be that the drainage corridor remains as is, and then if there was a motion to remove those two lots, it would have to still remain part of the development site. So there would have to be an alternate use for that area. And at this point in time, there would be no logical use of that area of land. So that would just be something they'd have to look at.
Okay, no, that's perfectly fine. Just if it was subject to further discussions with council in regard to, because it probably does make sense that it becomes part of the drainage corridor over time, I would have thought, just to preserve that. So they were a couple of things that that the submitter mentioned. The other was around the potential for the developer to compensate or pay for wash down, particularly around dust that's on the site. Noting that wouldn't normally be, or it's certainly not a condition within what we have. However, is it a condition that would be something noting in Mr. Jackson's commentary on the table? The table itself talks about, or the measures within the conditions talks about a minimum or maximum amount of dust that's generated, and how one would measure that in a household, residential household. I'm unsure, to be fair. but you'd certainly know if there was a significant amount of dust, either clogging up an air conditioner or guttering, or even just on walls and swimming pools and what have you. Is that something that could be conditioned around, a clean at a certain point in time?
I'll ask Carrie to make a comment. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. A condition like that would be considered unreasonable for the development. There's no way of measuring the extent or the direction that the wind may blow in any particular situation. There could be hundreds of properties that could potentially claim. It could be everything from cleaning solar panels to servicing air conditions. It's an unreasonable condition. It would be more appropriate to make sure that there are conditions during the construction period to wet down and control dust. That would be an appropriate condition.
Thank you, Carrie, and I guess that's important for not only councillors, but it's important for the community in other areas as well. So just picking up on that, the wet down and what have you, and I think that was mentioned as one of the conditions as well. I couldn't find the wet down provision within the conditions. That is in there, Casey?
Through the chair, yeah, if we could have a look at condition 55, which is the construction environmental management plan, which has been conditioned to be provided for endorsement. So within this plan, the applicant must provide strategies to manage the following environmental impacts: air quality and dust management, noise and vibration management, stormwater quality management, erosion and sediment control, waste management, and complaint management procedures. So as part of this document that would be endorsed by council, mitigation measures could form part of this, and a process put in place to deal with that.
Thank you very much. So as part of that, I guess it's then largely up to residents if they feel that hasn't been complied with at the time, and to make contact with council. Is that the process?
Through the chair, that is correct. At any time, council could request some documentation from the applicant or the developer, so we could do some compliance checks. However, generally, it would, if a complaint was made, it would then be looked at and investigated from there.
Just get Adam to make a follow-up comment before we go on, Mayor.
So through the operational works, which is approval that doesn't come to council, we do also condition dust through construction process. So the operational works permit is primarily for the construction period. It is I'd say all large-scale operational work sites that my guys go on do have routine water trucks for dry periods. Where dust occurs and there is a nuisance to neighbours, it has been routine for house washing and stuff like that, where it's made known to council. So I know of many examples where I've had that previous, but it has to be made known to council. That's the bit that sometimes there's people that are missed. So
okay, the final again, which is around roads, and this is probably arguably the most complex one. Does this development trigger the need to upgrade Morris Court into Gary Junction Road? And the reason I say that is the impact on Opal Court. The impact on Opal Court is not just on Opal Court, it's going through all of that area. If Morris Court was triggered to be upgraded, the impact on the rest of that subdivision would be far less, albeit Opal Court will still be impacted, and Morris Court would too for that matter, in that area. Is there any condition that we can put on the completion of Morris Court to Gary Junction Road?
yeah, so I guess the traffic figures that we've looked at, and like I worked with my guys who assessed it as recently as the last couple of days to try and get the most conservative figures we could come up with to basically increase traffic numbers on those local streets. And I still couldn't get them to trigger upgrades to even the streets that they're directing, because you've got to get over that 175 lot threshold in our planning scheme to trigger an upgrade. So it wouldn't be a relevant condition in your reasonable and relevant test because it's not consistent with our planning scheme.
If I could just have a follow-up and totally get where you're coming from, Adam. What sort of development would trigger Morris Court being completed? Which is just a road reserve at the moment.
Yeah, I know where it is. Yeah, so I think it's not quite as simple as that because there's the connectivity function through the network as well as traffic numbers. So the connectivity function is a bit where we've asked them to connect to Opal and Ryan. But it doesn't, because the development scale doesn't trigger the next threshold on road, there's not really ability for us to trigger that. So even Opal Court, we can't even trigger that to be made larger because it doesn't offend those thresholds. So I guess in a roundabout way to answer your question, the scale of the development would have to be large enough that you're getting more than 175 lots coming down Opal Court with a need to then turn right to go down Morris, which and then go straight to Gary Junction. So you'd have to be saving that trip length. So it would have to be there'd have to be more lots coming onto Opal Court to trigger that.
And I guess if you were to condition Morris Court to be completed, that would be something that would be subject to an infrastructure agreement that could be challenged to suggest, as you've said, it's not required.
So if it was conditioned, it would be subject to several tests. One would be a negotiated decision notice where the applicant can lodge a test or an appeal. So they don't have to NDN it. They can just go straight to appeal. An infrastructure agreement is essentially a contract between us and them. So it's a mutual agreement contract.
I guess, Madam Chair, it's the last comment I'll make, is that the greater fear I have with this development in regard to that is if there's nothing else that's going to trigger Morris Court being completed, it will never be completed. And therefore, should it even be a road reserve? And therefore, if it shouldn't be a road reserve and ultimately it's identified as one of those roads that can go into Gowrie Junction Road, we should condition it in this development. I just let councillors think that through and officers think it through.
There's a couple of issues that we need to consider when talking about this. If Morris Court is never going to be extended to connect to Gowrie Junction Road because it doesn't meet the separation distances, one of the adjoining landowners could make an application to close that road and purchase that land to be contiguous to their lot. The other thing is that this would substantially change the basis of the application, and the people who live in Morris Court have not had the opportunity to consider the application because all of the plans have never suggested that Morris Court would be a drive, and it's there's no procedural fairness in any sort of decision to extend Morris Court because all of those people on Morris Court haven't had the opportunity to review or submit any submissions in relation to this because it was never envisaged as part of the development application.
Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This raises a really big issue following on from the Mayor's comment. 170 lots doesn't trigger our planning scheme, but at the same time 19 of those are actually duplexes, which are double houses. So at the end of the day, we've got 170 lots plus 19 extra residences. So at the end of the day, we've got nothing for Morris Court, yet we're pushing them down Opal Court, and they've got to go somewhere, and they're going to go down Morris Court. And in my view, each house, or very close to every house, has got two cars at least, and some of them 3 and some of them 4. And down my court, go and have a look at them. They're all over the lawn. They're on my footpath. They're everywhere. So we have a great deficiency in our planning scheme as far as catering for vehicles that are there. So I just wonder, and I suppose I'm asking this question through you because this is a deal breaker for me. Opal Court is a deal breaker for me because I put myself on one of those 4 blocks, and I know how I would feel if we were pushing all that traffic down there. So can we take into account the fact that 19, it doesn't stack up with 170, but 19 of those are duplexes, which is actually double houses. So does that not actually trigger anything, Adam, through you, Madam Chair?
Through you, Chair. So the trigger is there has to be 175 lots worth of traffic using that direct road. So not 175 lots in total in the development. So
this is 1 into 170.
yeah, but split over. So some of it's going to go out Ryan's Road. Some of it's going to go, like, depending on where they work and where they live, some of them might actually use the corridor across the drainage, the road across the drainage corridor to leave through the existing access.
And
so you've got to be able to directly apportion
but Adam,
those.
also attached to that, through you again, Madam Chair, some of those existing residences will also use Morris Court, Opal Court, Morris Court to come down rather than go out onto Gary Junction Road and face another set of traffic lights. So I'm suggesting to you that if you open Opal Court up to these stages, you are going to get people that are coming from the existing residences down Opal Court to Morris Court, and you can't stop them. They will, and a percentage of them will, as well as considering where else they might go. If they're coming to Toowoomba, they're working in Toowoomba, they're going to come the shortest way to Toowoomba. So I actually, for me, the fact that it doesn't trigger any upgrade is quite, it's a deficiency in our planning scheme, because what we have here is existing residences, and they will, easiest way. What would I do? What would you do? You're going to come the shortest way. You're going to, if Opal Court's opened up, that's where you're going to go. Opal Court, Morris Court, down in, it's going to become a rat run.
So I guess there's 2 elements. One is there's the existing infrastructure agreement, which was entered into at the time of the court order, which requires Opal Court and Ryan Court to be connected. But then on top of that, then does it trigger further upgrades throughout the rest of the network?
I don't believe that came back to council. It would have been done in court, I guess. But anyway, that's what's happened. I'm sorry, I didn't use my microphone. I was sitting here. I don't believe that the fact Opal Court, what the council of the day was trying to stop, and that was with the buffer and whatever else they were trying to stop that very thing from happening and impacting on the existing residences there, and that's what the council decision was about. So my concern now, and nobody can tell me they won't, is that that's going to funnel traffic down through there, and we have no way with our existing planning scheme of catering for that with conditions, and that's what you're telling me, I guess. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. It was looked at, and no, we cannot.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that we reinstate standing orders.
I think all questions may be exhausted. Seconded by Councillor McMahon. All those in favour? Okay, so the recommendation is that Council approve application number RAL 2022-6360 for a development permit for reconfiguring a lot for a 2 into 171 lots, 170 residential lots, 1 drainage reserve lot, and new roads pursuant to the provisions of Section 60 of the Planning Act 2016 and subject to the conditions contained within Attachment 3, noting the application is consistent with the approved court order. Do I have someone move that recommendation?
Madam Chair, can I just make a couple of points, if I could, to add to that, which are 2 points that I've heard are reasonable to do. The first of which is to adjust condition 45 to read times, thank you, Kirsten, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. actually. And the following amendment, the site plan removal of lots 79 and 80 subject to further consultation with Council's Property Services branch. Therefore, that allows it allows for the applicant and for council to determine the best use for those two lots in regard to whether it's reserve for drainage. Happy if officers seem to think that's not reasonable. Chris, is that reasonable?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. The second issue that you've raised regarding further consultation with the developer or with council sections regarding the two lots adjoining the corridor would not be a lawful condition to impose because it lacks finality. So the first suggestion would be lawful and could be imposed if council chooses to.
So perhaps it's just removal of lots 79 and 80 as in the master plan for development. Still owned by the developer, but for construction of property.
Sorry, it would become ours. And that, I think the problem is that Property Services and Parks have been consulted and they haven't said we'd like those two. So probably hadn't been spoken about until today, to be fair, because we've only got knowledge of a local on the ground. And it would make sense that it potentially would be ours because it's in the drainage corridor, given on what we've heard today. So it would just be that lots 79 and 80 become part of the drainage corridor managed by council. And whether that's lawful or not, I guess that's the. I don't want to put something in there that we can't do. If you know what I mean. So there are two things here. One is the drainage corridor already is an asset of TRC. So this, if you're removing it from someone, you've got to give to someone, and the responsibility for maintaining that then would fall onto TRC. So that would be without consultation with the relevant asset managers within TRC if you include that.
Chris?
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that. I guess it's just to make sure that we can do this. Does council need to compensate for those lots that are taken?
Yes, so ordinarily when we have an asset transferred to us, whether it's a park or a drainage corridor, etc., we do pay the commercial rate.
So that's what I'm saying. Putting it in the motion. First one, sweet. The second one, putting it in the motion. I just want to make sure that if the intent is to make sure nothing gets built on there because of what we've heard, and we've all agreed that from the officers that the mapping isn't quite 100%, and we listen to community members as to what's the flooding and what's happening there. So if we put that into practice, then should we say that lots 79 and 80 cannot get built on because of the reason of flooding that's been highlighted by local residents?
Mr. Mayor, I may comment on that through the chair. The photographs that the submitter has offered to present or has already presented, as I understand, will be very valuable, and I think we'd all be keen to look at those and see what that imagery shows us. The question then would be, does that show us a 1% AEP event, or is it an alternative event? Council throughout Queensland and Australia, in fact, regulate development generally for the 1% AEP event. The presumption is that a 1 in 100 event is a reasonable event on which to limit development. So if something's going to happen more often than 1 in 100, it should be managed. If it's less frequent than 1 in 100, there's an acceptable level of risk associated with development. So if the 2011 floods or more recent flood photos exceed the 1 in 100 event, or the 1% AEP, it would not be considered consistent with normal practice to prevent development of that land.
Thanks for that. Maybe the wording should be that lots 79 and 80 be subject to further review for flooding as to suitability to be included in the development for construction or something like that.
Mr. Mayor, through the chair, there's still some lack of finality in that condition, which would make it unlawful. Conceivably, what you're seeking to do is take those two lots 79 and 80 and prevent them from being subdivided in this approval. Am I right? That's right. If we could bring up the proposed plan, the subdivision plan, it may be possible to amend the conditions and to reduce, so it require an amended plan and to reduce the number of lots approved by the application. That would still be subject to negotiation or appeal by the applicant. And if the applicant, for example, if council was to put forward a motion to require that lots 79 and 80 were rolled into one larger lot, which included, I presume that's 78 up to the top left, into one larger lot, that's something that I think council could put forward and vote on today. The question would be then whether the developer thinks that's reasonable, and it would likely be subject to being tested through a request for a negotiated decision or through a court appeal.
It's a very good conversation, Chris. I appreciate the information. So maybe it is that you roll 78, 79 and 80 into one lot. Do you have to give reasons why you would do that?
It would be advisable to give an explanation and reasons why council believed that was appropriate, particularly on the basis that it's not mapped in council's flood hazard overlay.
Exactly.
And our flood hazard overlay is the basis on which we have the right to impose requirements on a developer.
Yeah. So you'd have to have, due to reasons that, due to potential flooding that may not be mapped in our mapping, or something that may not be shown on our mapping.
Yeah.
What's that? Sorry.
Oh, I just said consistent with the latest knowledge or something, you know. Okay.
So through the chair, the mapping is what we're basing our assessment on, and that's done on a model that's been tested. If it's live mapping, that will be updated over time. We would be taking reports assessing and explaining what's changed and why. We would not normally take anecdotal evidence to limit a development where we have modelled hazard mapping. However, if council is very adamant on the point of these two lots 79 and 80, a suggestion might be to combine 78, 79 and 80 all into one larger lot, and then that can be tested at a later date by the proponent if they so choose. That would require a change in the number of lots approved.
You have to drop two lots in the approval of what that may be. So if that's the case, I'm happy to test that with lots 78, 79 and 80 combined, and the total lots would be two less than what it was.
I've just got a couple of other questions, if I can leave that. We have, already stated, yes. Well, I've just got a couple of questions from...
Oh, Chair, thank you. I just wanted to raise with the Mayor, 78 to 80 is anecdotally flood prone. Lot number 162 on the other side is flood prone according to our mapping. So I wonder if in his conditions he might like to consider 162 on the corner as well, as it is actually within the medium flood risk area.
Yeah, I thought that the road actually took in more of that flood-prone area than the actual lot, to be honest. That was more no, I'm comfortable with just those ones.
And Councillor O'Shea.
So if you if the suggestion is to amalgamate those lots, don't you still have the same problem of whether it's lots 79 and 80, whatever it was, or 78, 79, 80 all combined? And the whole reason we're trying to not have them utilised is the potential around flood risk. So even by amalgamating them, isn't that still, I guess probably, so I suppose the question, if I can ask a question, Madam Chair, I suppose it would be, if the intent around this is, as you've sort of seen, is to the subjectivity around those two particular blocks and their risk to flooding and how accurate flood mapping is and et cetera, that sort of seems where it's at. Is it a simple case of here at the moment, there is no condition that can be placed on it at the moment, as you said, that has finality? It's either we accept what it is or reject the lot. Is that sort of...
Through the
what I'm
Chair,
picking
Councillor,
up?
do you mean there's no finality in the proposal to not approve 78 and 79, or 79 and 80? The finality question, I can say, relates to what to do with the land. So in order to be a lawful condition, it has to be final. So it has to be clear what comes next and what the developer needs to do to comply with the condition. So one way to make a condition final and to set aside the question of what to do with that land today and allow a decision to be made, if that's where council goes, would be to combine those three parcels, the proposed parcels, into one parcel, which would sit with the developer, would be a development lot, could then be negotiated potentially if the developer feels that they have a basis on which to negotiate, could be appealed to the P&E court, again, if they feel they have that basis, or alternatively, subject to complying with other general planning scheme requirements, could subsequently be subdivided for one into 2 or 3 or possibly more lots, depending on lot size, shape and access to infrastructure.
Well, I'm just... Councillor Carl, while we...
I have a different question. Is that okay?
Yeah.
On page 16 of board books, 16 of 503, under the planning report, you see the application history. So we're not short of changes through the P&E court along the way, a number of them in fact. Notably, a minor change from permitted development over 7 sub-stages instead of 3, and then it goes on. But the one that interests me, and I've got a question about it, is the infrastructure agreement and a deed of variation to the infrastructure agreement. Do we have any capacity beyond today to renegotiate around an infrastructure agreement? Because, you know, we're told the court order and the timing of the infrastructure agreement are in unison, yet the court order is around stages 1 to 4, but we seem to have this all-encompassing infrastructure agreement on everything. So I guess my question is, what ability do we have to change stuff there?
Well,
Through
Thanks,
the
Katie.
chair, council has already entered into the infrastructure agreement. So to make any changes or do a deed of variation or novation to that, it would require consent from both parties. As it's already been agreed to, there would need to be further discussions with the proponent as to whether they would accept any changes to that infrastructure agreement, and Adam might add to that.
The other thing I was going to add is it can't be lawfully conditioned, so it has to be done through. So we can lawfully condition compliance with an existing infrastructure agreement, but we can't lawfully condition entering into an infrastructure agreement, a new one. So it would have to be resolved. They would have to see benefits in talking to us. They might say, no, we're happy with the existing infrastructure agreement. So, you know, it's a two-party agreement. And then this, like the last time we talked about IAs in the special meeting, you'd have to adjourn it to be able to deal with that.
So, Mayor, were you
Yeah,
wanting to?
can we just go back to the motion? We've got to bring standing orders back in here
I
anyway.
thought we'd already reinstated.
Oh, we've
standing
done that?
orders, yes,
Good,
yeah.
must have missed that one. The following amendments such combined into one larger lot, which then means the total number of lots would be changed up the
169,
top
I think.
into one
69.
lot for two and 171, so it'd be 169 lots. Just wait and see what Chris has got to say here as well.
Did you want to, who's we going to make a comment to bring us up to speed? Yeah.
Chris is just giving some wording for Thursday.
Okay. Okay. Maybe if you just tell everyone, Chris, just tell everyone.
We have gone in other scenarios like this, we've gone into recess.
Oh, okay.
To tweak
All right.
conditions before we
Okay.
go back.
All right. So, councillors, the officers are just working out the implications of this amendment. So they would probably prefer if we could go into recess. If I can have someone, yeah? So, Mayor moves, Councillor O'Shea. All those in favour? Thank you. Okay, we'll resume the meeting. I don't need to do anything to resume, do I? No? Okay. Thanks, councillors. We'll see if we can find a way through here. Now, Mayor, you have provided reasons, have you, for your amendment?
That's right, yes. So it could cause potential risk. Could cause risk to potential residential property on those lots. Yeah, that's fine.
So you're going to move that motion, including the amendment?
Just want to have a quick read of it, if I can. Can you just drag it up a bit, please, Kirsten?
Go up a little bit, Kirsten.
Possible just once you finish that to just drag up a little bit on the screen. Yes. Thank you. That's good. There we are. That's it. Yeah, I'm comfortable to move that, Madam Chair.
Okay, so the Mayor has moved that motion, including the amendment. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Summerfield? Anyone like to go into debate? Mayor, would you like to speak to your motion, thanks?
Thank you. Based on the discussion that's taken place, and certainly the submissions that have come in and the reasons that for the submissions, council officers' response to the submissions, the roads were a critical part, as were these couple of items that were picked up, as was the dust, and I've heard from officers in regard to both of those areas. Still have to say I have reservations in regard to the roads, but I'm hopeful that the outcome will be better than what we all anticipate it may be, based on the studies and what we have as the areas in which we need to comply with. Therefore, under what we've been given with those adjustments, I'm happy to move the motion as it is.
Speaker against? Councillor McMahon?
Thank you, Chair. I commend the Mayor and his work with the extra conditions put on there, but I must in good conscience speak against this and highlight very clearly why I'm doing so. When I look at the Toowoomba region that I want to live in 25 years, it does involve development. It involves livable and lively communities, and it involves people having a place to live, and I'm very for that as a principle. But we have a planning scheme that says things like, and I absolutely agree with them, block sizes should be a minimum 500 square metres, and when we put 47 in fact at 450 square metres, we sort of stretch those boundaries and say what's good and what we want it to look like, and noting that this is forevermore. And when we say we want 15 metre frontage to enable livable and lively communities, and we have 36 blocks in fact that don't have a 15 metre frontage, and then we go on the package deal and say the proposal is sufficient on the balance to cover the planning scheme, I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. Let's play by the rules. And if this was done with 500 metre lots, as is by the planning scheme, it'd be code accessible. Submitters aside may not even come here, and I would certainly think very differently of this proposal if it did, but in good conscience, this is not the Toowoomba region that I want to live in 25 years' time. And for the reason of block size, frontage, and what the overall amenity of the place is going to look like, I must speak against this. Thank you for the opportunity.
Another speaker for? Seconder, did you want to speak for it? No. Okay, that closes the debate. All those in favour of the motion?
Sorry, Chair. Just to clarify, just scrolling down to the very bottom of that page, reasons, council lots 79 and 80 have been identified. So they're not our lots. are they? Oh, lots, perfect, thank you.
Pick up. Okay.
Just for clarity.
Proposed lots. Okay. I'll put the vote again. So all those in favour of the Mayor's motion? Count 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion is lost. Councillor McMahon?
An alternate one, if I look at the officer's recommendation that council not approve, and we go on from there, but I'd also like to remove the final sentence. So if you copy as is written, Kirsten. And then council not approve, third word. I would like to take out the last sentence after attachment 3, noting the application is consistent to the approved court order, because I don't believe it is. So that's it as it sits. And for my reasons, I would like to talk through amenity, block size and adherence to the planning scheme on block size and frontage. I don't know if my colleagues want to add some other reasons regarding their issues with it, but they're mine.
I think as the mover of the motion, councillor, you might be the person who's coming up with the reasons.
Yeah, Jeanette, but
Okay, hang on. I'll just get a comment from Carrie.
Just to be legally correct, the alternate motion should be refuse, not the words not approve.
And the reasons?
Reasons are as stated. Do we need to go further into it than that?
Well, it's not adherence, I guess, to the planning. It's non-compliance or non-adherence, I suppose, isn't it?
Amenity, block size, frontage. I'll say non-compliance to the planning scheme through block size, frontage and amenity.
Through the chair, councillor, I'd suggest that when council is subject to a Planning and Environment Court appeal, the reasons are really important for the decision that council has taken, and if the reasons lack detail, it can be very difficult to progress beyond mediation in an appeal, and we may find ourselves in a few months' time back before you requesting that you change the vote should this be refused.
To talk. First, sorry. I will alliterate, Kirsten, if you could help me out. The first one is the 47 lots under 500 square metres is my first reason. My second reason is the 36 lots under 15 square metres, sorry. That should be 500 square metres. Second one is the 36 lots under 15 metre frontage. My third reason is the inconsistency in flood mapping between council's mapping and development. And my fourth reason is the inconsistencies with the court order requiring a buffer of vegetation and no buffer actually being put forward. proposed in the development. Regarding, yeah, I know I can't get the planning staff to help on this, but regarding Opal Court and Ryan's Drive, are we within our rights? And I might ask through you to Adam if we can say that we want them to remain a cul-de-sac, or is that not something that we can ask for, as they haven't done anything wrong?
So there's the existing infrastructure agreement that council has already entered into with the applicant.
So we've already agreed to the infrastructure agreement.
Yeah, because that was at the time of the court order previous.
So-
So you would have to have a deed of novation.
Okay, well, I better not put that as a reason.
Deed of
for avoiding
variation,
agreement.
sorry, to be able to vary that.
Sure, so I better not put that as a reason if we've already agreed to it, basically. So they're my reasons. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, now, yes, Councillor Von Hoff, yeah.
Madam Chair, through you, a question to the CEO. I appreciate what Councillor McMahon has just said about the difficulties in formulating reasons on the fly. I've done it myself a couple of months ago, and it is very difficult. So the question is, there was a motion, it was not successful. So in the absence of any other alternate motion, what happens? If councillors are of the mind that the recommendation, the motion that was put to us was not supported, but not of the mind to offer an alternate motion, what happens?
Well, if council hasn't made a decision in relation to the matter, there was no decision made, and then the normal planning provisions, I would think, in relation to the time, compliance with time would kick in. So eventually there may be a deemed approval,
Refusal.
or deemed refusal.
Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just in relation to this matter, I've been giving it some thought over the last few days about, you know, I mentioned, I think it was Tuesday's meeting that, no, it wasn't, might have been last week, that under the Local Government Act, the officers are to provide facts only to us and not opinions. And so it got me thinking that when every motion comes to us, should there be an alternate motion provided as well? So that we are not being given one option to vote on. I find this unworkable, basically, and personally, I don't think it's appropriate that this is what's happening here, and I seek support from my councillors for yourself to go and get advice from LGAQ or similar to see what other councils are doing in relation to this, because we're not the only ones that go against the officer's recommendation, and we need to understand where we stand. This, to me, is totally unworkable. Thank you.
Did you want to make a comment on the officers giving an alternative recommendation? I understood that.
Officers will make their professional recommendation, and we can't ask them to do anything other than make their recommendation based on their professional judgment. In relation to your suggestion about how other councils doing that, you'd probably be looking at some legal advice, probably through a company that's used, LGAQ would use frequently, which is probably a company you're all familiar with, or maybe one of the other companies that's actually advised us here. about alternate mechanisms that may be available for council to help facilitate this process, and it would probably mean that I would think that that work would have to be done prior to this meeting, allowing or giving councillors the support to actually develop those from other professionals other than those that are actually writing the report. So it may be done through other officers when you're asking for assistance to draft an alternate recommendation, or it may be better that it's kept at arm's length with, through another entity that assists council. But that's something that's probably worth looking into, because it is a difficult situation to make these complex decisions on foot quickly without having thought out those reasons, which are then technically argued in a courtroom when they're thought of, quickly here. So I think you need to be prepared with those reasons, if that's where you're inclined to go, prior to actually getting to this forum.
Thanks, Brian. I think it would be helpful, and we get provided a motion from our technical experts, and then when we go against it from a social perspective, or as has been raised here, a number of different issues, we don't get that technical support currently. We used to. Danielle Fitzpatrick always helped us. We don't get that support anymore, and we're not the technical experts, and we're often reminded of that. And I think that we need to be able to get that to support us. So I hope we get an outcome on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just need to say that our officers are advising on their understanding of the law, and also their understanding of compliance within the town plans and the rules of the town plan. So they're basically saying that the way that the legislation stands up and their interpretation and understanding of it, that is their recommendation based on that. And even if council may want to go against that in their decision here, it may well not stand up in law, and it may revert back to the original decision. So it's a balancing act that council needs to determine and work their way through.
Hang on, Councillor McMahon, I might just go. I've just got a couple of other questions here. Sorry, Councillor Von.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the danger of what we're just talking about is that sounds to me like a prejudiced decision that we go into. So it's really hard, because we go into these meetings with open minds and listen to what we hear, and we make a decision sometimes right at that last minute when we go to vote. So it is difficult. But my question, Madam Chair, is if councillors were of the mind not to put up an alternate motion, and again, Councillor McMahon, I was in your position not long ago, and the responsibility that you feel right now is very, because if this goes to court, what you're saying is going to be the defensibility or otherwise of council's decision. So my question is, if we were to not support an alternate recommendation and we have deemed refusal, what defensibility is there if this ends up in P&E court? If we have not given reasons, but we've just refused the motion, we haven't listed the reasons why, so what do we present if this ends up in P&E court as to the defensibility of our position?
If this is a deemed refusal or a refusal moved by a motion of council and there are no reasons for the refusal, it will simply be assessed based on the information that has been provided. So the first thing will be to find a town planning expert who can support council's position on the refusal, and it will go through the normal channels of mediation that precede any P&E court proceeding.
Okay, Councillor Carl.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Nancy. It's a very untenable position we find ourselves in. We are not the technical experts. That is not why we sit around the table. We are elected representatives, and I keep saying it. the context in which we must make decisions is based on the public interest test. I keep saying that the collective impacts may not necessarily stack up from an amenity point of view or in the broader public interest. The collective impacts and the effects that it has on neighbouring property owners or community members is not given any grounds in a legal planning sense. So the untenable position is that unless numbers of councillors across this state represent from an elected representative point of view and not just put the lens, the technical lens across this, which we aren't even qualified to do, nothing changes for us. Nothing changes for the community. It's viewed through one prism, and that's a skewed, in your words, or to those effect, Councillor Rebecca, a skewed myopic view of how we assess the broader benefits to our community. So, you know, to my mind, the broader interests or the public interest test in a broader sense is a very, very valid point in my view. That's the responsibility we have. I guess a comment, Madam Chair, doesn't help us where we are now.
Councillor Taylor, thanks Councillor Carl. Councillor Taylor, did you have a question? Or?
I don't have a question, Madam Chair, but I have a comment, and I agree with what's been said, and we sit here and we're expected to go through the motions, whereas we do represent the community. We actually do have that prism we have to put over to look at both sides and look not just at the technical, but how it impacts, cumulative impacts, and how it impacts on people who live in that area. And it's almost as if, and I think I asked the question when I first made a comment, that what is our role here? So are we supposed to just go through the motions sitting around this table and just tick and flick, or are we supposed to do our job as is put down by the Local Government Act in representing the community and their views and how it impacts on them? Because that's what I see being a councillor, a local government councillor. I see that as being my role, not to sit and tick and flick. And with all due respect, I'm not casting aspersions. The application, it's been well done and from a professional level put forward in that way that has been put forward. But in my view, I see my role as, and I know it's spelled out, as I said before, we're supposed to represent the community. So I really do wonder where planning's going and where local government's going with planning, because I think it's just a formality that we're sitting here, and here we obviously want to make a decision that's in contrary to what has been recommended, and yet we're sitting here as ordinary people, 10 ordinary people, 11 ordinary people sitting around this table, and we're supposed to find grounds that will stand up in a planning court. I don't know how that works. I find it an oxymoron, I'm sorry, but it really is.
Okay, Councillor McMahon, I'm going to go to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I do have reasons, Kirsten, if you'll join with me, and those reasons I've got, I'd like them to stay there, but it's on page 34 of board books, Kirsten, if we could start there. So my other reasoning is under the Emerging Community Zone Code. Next page, down the bottom, it is inconsistent with performance outcome 1. New communities comply with a master plan for a locality based on detailed site investigations which provide a context and ensures development. B, facilitates efficient use of land and infrastructure. Over the page, D, facilitates integration with existing and future urban development, having regard to movement networks, open space and accessibility. E, responds to constraints and natural values on the site and mitigates any impacts on areas of ecological significance. So they're my 3 for the first one. it's P01 B, D and E. So this is 36 of board books. It might be a different page to the one you're on. 35?
I think she's still catching up.
Oh, sorry. You're doing a great job. You keep going down a little bit further. So it's just below that where you are. Yep, there it is. PO1, and it's B and D and F, D and E on the other page. EDE. So D is integration with existing and future urban development. E is response to constraints and natural values in the land. BDE. You've caught up. So on the next page we go to performance outcome 5. The site layout responds sensitively to on-site and surrounding topography, drainage patterns, utility services, access, vegetation and adjoining land uses such that A, any hazards to people or property are minimised. C, the retention of natural drainage lines is maximised. D, the retention of existing vegetation is done. And so we're missing E and we're going to F. There is adequate buffering, screening or separation to adjoining development. So all of them bar B and E. Thank you. My third reason is performance outcome 6 is not adhered to, which says roads and other infrastructure are of a sufficient capacity to accommodate the demands generated by the development. That one doesn't have any subheadings. My final reasoning is over the next page in the reconfiguring of a lot performance outcomes, and that's performance outcome 4, which talks about what I was talking about earlier. All new lots provide sufficient area, frontage and dimensions and road access that enable their future development to achieve relevant outcomes in applicable use zone overlay and other developments in relation to dwellings, A, D, on-site car parking, So A and D. So as a recap, with the emerging community zone, performance outcomes 1, 5 and 6 are not met, and in the development code's reconfiguring of a lot, performance outcome 4 is not met. You need a degree to do this. Emerging community zone, yep. PO1, B, D and E, PO5 and PO6.
So, Councillor McMahon, is there anything else that you'd like added?
Just give me 1 sec. Could we, under the same, the reconfiguring a lot code performance outcome 6, please? Huh? Just keep going. Performance outcome 6, the development is integrated with the surrounding urban or rural environment, having regard to A, the layout and dimensions of streets and lots, D, open space networks, retained areas or corridors, landscape features and views and vistas. And finally, I'll put it as the last one. Performance outcome 33 under the reconfiguring of a lot code. That's on page 45. Reconfiguration provides for sufficient buffering to minimise impacts on accommodation activities and other sensitive land uses from nearby incompatible uses. These are my reasons. Thank you, Kirsten, for your work. Thank you, Adam, and Chair. I so move accordingly.
Okay, so councillor McMahon has moved his alternate motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Carl, all those in favour? Does anyone go into debate? Yes, okay. Councillor McMahon, you want to speak to your
I reserve my right.
Okay. All right, well, with that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Well, I thought that meant that the debate had moved on. Well, I thought he'd reserved his right, which meant that it was shut down. He does. Sorry, beg your pardon. My bad meeting procedure. You go, Councillor Shine. I'm not in a rush to get out of here.
I
You go.
have to repeat it all. But we've been here for 3 hours, 35 minutes. We've had a lot of deliberation over this issue. The reason I would hope that we would have supported the original motion and opposed this one for a number of reasons. You have to be living under a stone at the moment to know that this country and the city and as well is living in the midst of a crisis of housing crisis. We have an obligation to do what we can to solve it as best we can as city councils, regional councils. We have to play our part. Fingers are pointed at councils by federal and state governments saying that, you know, part of the problem is town planning issues and councils not opening up enough land and all the rest of it. Here's our opportunity today to do something about that, and if we miss that opportunity, we're exposing ourselves, I think, to probably rightful criticism in that regard. The other point I want to make is that obviously our officers, whom we all say that we respect and admire, their professional competence, all the rest of it, have made a very clear recommendation. They've gone into great detail to answer the submitters' concerns and have addressed them with appropriate conditions. I think they should be supported. We should have confidence that they would be respected to any, their decisions and recommendations would be respected to any P&E outcome. The third thing is, of course, that complementary to this development is the one that's already been the subject of P&E deliberation. And whilst I don't know the ins and outs of what happened at the P&E court, it was by consent. In other words, council officers, no doubt on the authority of council, eventually came to the position of consenting to the orders that had been made and we've been briefed with. And so what we're being asked to give effect to now is very similar to the issue that's already been determined by the court. And it would be an exercise of triumph of hope over experience to think that the court somehow or other on this occasion will arrive at a different decision. Sure, there are differences. One of the big differences was that the previous application, the size of the sum of the allotments wasn't 450, it was by 500, but they were 400, not 450. But yet, let's try it out again. This seems to be the attitude. The effect of today's decision is that our community will be denied for a further indeterminate period of time 170 new homes.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. My apologies for cutting him off there. Speaker for the motion. Thank you, Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Chair. I speak for the motion. Firstly, let me thank staff, particularly you, Casey, for the way you've conducted yourself professionally, and Carrie and other staff members. And you've absolutely done your job. That's why you're there, to give that technical expertise around the planning legislation. But I don't agree with Councillor Shine's subjective views about what state may think or say. In fact, my first responsibility as an elected rep to the local community and a local government is to ensure, despite varying degrees and views about the urgency and the type and housing choice, we get to be left with a legacy. Our community does. And it stands from this point of decision while ever those houses or subdivision exist. So I think from an integrity point of view and an ethical point of view, my determination, deliberation, is beyond a periodic crisis, if you can call that a crisis. There's varying degrees and views around that. And what's actually coming online across the region now within our urban footprint areas. So to try and be objective about it, as objective as I can, and consider it in a more holistic way, I choose to think intergenerationally about some of the things that we do and say and approve here now. And we can all walk down a street near to us and look at examples where it isn't necessarily the best, and it was thought to be the best and latest and greatest with all the bells and whistles at the time. So on balance, that's why I support from the perspective of the public interest test and the broader public interest, and not just the public now, but the public in the future that will come and enjoy the amenity or legacies potentially that are left that may not be necessarily conducive to best amenity.
Speaker against? You sum up, Councillor McMahon?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to sum up. I don't disagree with most of what Councillor Shine said, to be honest. I do envision a community that allows development, that in 25 years we say, yeah, we did it, but for goodness sake, let's do it right. And we don't have to compromise on what's important to us to let things through that otherwise shouldn't be. And what's important to me is things that are addressed in the low medium density zone of the planning scheme, block size of 500 metres, frontage of 15, and we start trimming away at that and start saying, no, it doesn't matter here, it does matter here, and this is our legacy that we're dealing with. You want to deal with us, play by the rules, I think, is my best way of putting that. And I'm very aware that in the first few stages of this development, there are blocks at 400 squares. I wasn't sitting around the table at 2014, and I know that council declined it then too, so at least someone's consistent. But my hand on heart, the community I want to live in allows development, but let's play by the rules and let's make sure we do it right for everyone. So for the reasons in my decision, colleagues, I put this motion.
Thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All those against? Motion's carried.